All right. Hello. Yes, the 100th episode of this career build series. Yes. I was working on the D6 last night. Got a hair across my ass to try to make it fully diesel electric where it's not, doesn't have an intermediary battery. The issue that we have in game is I can't really read the usage of the traction motors, which IRL you'd be able to do, so you could feed it directly. So I'm trying to do kind of more of a direct diesel electric. I'm also trying to, not that I'm building this up to EOS standards, but I'm trying to get it kind of in line with like some of the requirements for that, just so that it's kind of I kind of know where my baseline is. So for a 6-axle locomotive, you know, they want you to be able to pull the brick at effectively 80 kilometers an hour. So I'm trying to play with that, get that speed up. I'm able to do 37, which is perfectly fine for me. I kind of talked about balancing it where I want to be able to have a reason to string multiple locos together, but kind of playing with that. So, ripping this apart again, kind of redoing some stuff. Not too much ripping apart, but go ahead and we'll grab the brick, kind of see where I'm at. Go throw it out here on the tracks. What do I have here? We must have nothing going on there. I'm trying to kind of rethink how I'm doing this, because I want to make it, before it was essentially, it worked fine. It was battery, so it would keep the battery charged. You should be able to do that with just the engine, but the problem becomes there's no real way in game to read how much battery usage the motors are actually taking. And so by putting a battery in there, you can read how full the battery is, and that's kind of like an intermediary step to be able to do that. So I'm trying to figure some stuff out. A little bit of Tarkov there, peeps. That's good. Yeah, I enjoyed playing Tarkov last night. It was good. So this behaves a little bit more realistically how I'd like it to behave as well. So I don't know why I'm going this far. I have to go get the brick, so. Try to get that real fast here. Where's that brick? Where's that brick? Oh, I didn't save my edit of it. I gotta change something to edit it. Takes 2 seconds. Oh, it's this one, huh? Front's here. So this is what a lot of people use to test their trains, so I figured I'd go ahead and test mine with this as well. Go. This shit still didn't merge. There we go. And we'll just get rid of that. All right, we've got, so this is 127,772 as put on the side there. That's the mass of this, so this is nice and heavy. That good way to test this. I like to learn how to build these things by just doing them myself, so I don't really ask for how other people are doing. I just try to keep doing it myself and figure it out and test some things out. That way I understand it better how mechanics work. So come on, get close there. There we go. All right, that's hooked. So I was able to do like 37 kilometers an hour with the brick. We'll go put this out on the loop. That way I can just let it run and test it, and I keep changing it. I'm playing with the gear ratios onto the map. Play with the gear ratios and the electric motors and stuff like that. And, essentially the circumference of these wheels are like 3.94. So if you can rotate them at 5.56 RPS, you'll get you'll get the speed that I want. So let me really do some quick math here. Let's see. So I would like, let's see what 100 is. 27. So this is how you can set it up for your max speed of what you want. So like max speed, I would want total as 100 kilometers. So what you can do is you can gear the motors so that they will. So you can set the certain RPS that you want on the electric motors, and that will give you essentially your maximum speed because you're using the diameter of the tire. So we want this 27, so it'll be 27 divided by 3.94. That needs to be 6.85 RPS to be able to go 100 kilometers an hour. So that's how you can set your max speed so that it can never go faster. That's how you can do it. For example, I do that in my trucks. I put a final gear on there, and I know what the maximum RPS to the wheel should be, and that sets the maximum speed. So let's see where we're at right now. We are currently at 31. We're going around through this loop here. So I don't exactly know if I really want this smoking faster. Like, we're making a ton of amperage. We're making 2,280 S-watts, so we're making more power than we need. I'm trying to think of ways to boost this. If I change the gear ratios, for example, if you're gearing up, going into higher gears, you'll get more speed out of the train, which makes some level of sense. But then I need to limit the max RPS on that. I kind of looked at some of EOS's released stuff too, and they're using 1-to-1 gear ratios. They're using less power than I am. I didn't bother even firing their train up to give it a test with the brick, but I'm curious. Actually, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to find a 6-axle. I don't think they have any 6-axle trains. Let me look. Do not know if they have any 6-axle trains because they're standard for. KPH to MPH. So they're saying, yeah, so it'd be 57 kilometers an hour is what their standard is for a 4-axle locomotive. So, most of their stuff's 4 axles, so I wouldn't even be able to really test it. Again, not that I really even need it to be up to that standard. It's just kind of more figuring out some of these things on my own and then having that information. Trying to look at some of this stuff. 4-axle. Yeah, it's a 4-axle. Yeah, it would take me forever to get testing with their stuff to see how fast it even goes. This Santa Fe here is a 6-axle. So I might take a look at this and just kind of see what it looks like. All right, let's check the chat. I said hi to Alistair, I believe. How's it going, Citrus? How's it going, CG? Oh, that's good. You're putting your engine in your train. How's it going, David? Good to see you. It's never too late. It's always good to work late. Yep, 100th episode. How's it going there, Trippa? Four-cylinder 3x3 for 2 generators. What size generators? Because I have an 8-cylinder 3x3, so probably do a little bit of guesswork there. Why is the audio so low? Check your side. Nobody else has said anything. Same audio settings that I always have, so. If anyone else have an audio, let me know. How's it going, Rasmus? How are you? 13 blocks wide. Yeah, that's interesting. Are you doing automatic server selection, Citrus? Or are you selecting your servers when you first boot the game and the launcher comes up? Select which servers you want. Pick the ones with the lowest ping, because if your ping overshoots, it's gonna kick you out. So How's it going, Lex, and how are you? Medium generators. Boys. Yeah, the engine sounds are a little high. I turned them up just so I could hear it last night when I was testing. So don't need it that loud. So, been trying a bunch of things. You know, gearing. Of course, gearing up the. So I'm trying to think of a bunch of ways I want to drive this to. So it's kind of you know, there's 100 ways you can do each thing. So I'm trying to like think of how to do it. So like one thing you do to like figure your final or your max speed is measure the tire. So this wheel this wheel is pretty much exactly 2.5 blocks. So if you put that into a circumference calculator. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect because, you know, we're not measuring super precisely, but if you put that in, and so you say that you are, so it would be, let's see. So it's, let's see. It'll be 2.125 times 0.25 equals 0.53 for a radius. So 3.33 meters in circumference. So the circumference of the wheel is 3.33 approximately. And so if you want to have, you know, so if you move 1 meters per second, if you're moving the wheel at 1 RPS, you're getting 3 meters per second. So you then say 100 divided by 3.33 is going to be, no, that's not right. Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be, it wouldn't be 100. I need to convert back again. So I need to do, let's say 100 kilometers an hour is 27. So it'll be 27 divided by 3.33. We're talking 8.1 RPS is the max we'd want to go 100 meters per second. Not 100 meters per second, 100 kilometers an hour. I've converted like 5 times. As I'm reading as kilometers an hour. So like one thing you can do is you can use these gearboxes. You can go, right now they're facing away, so they're gearing up. So let me see, I gotta figure out what I want to do here. I'm going to try something else here. So let's do this. I'm trying to get more power out of this, Johnny. So I'm going to face these toward the motors. I should have merged them while I was there. That was silly of me. Let me see where I am. I can't see where I am. Okay, where are you there, guy? There you are. So you can just kind of wing it, or you can do the math, and then you don't have to wing it. There's going to be some level of error, but it will get you close. So the maximum RPS on the motors is 19. Now we need 8, essentially 8. All right, so let's think about this here. So if we were to go to 8, if we were to, let's say we can get the motor up to 19, so it'd be 19 divided by 8.1, talking 2.34. So if we were to say make them 2 to 1s, this should limit our speeds. This is a good way to limit your speed. I have to get out on the track, see if I can make the speed fast before the other train comes around. So this should set your maximum speed to the wheels. Nope, did I? Shit, I did it the wrong way. No, I'm trying to think here. Let's see. I have to put an input volume in there, so shit. This is gonna be super fast because I screwed up the way I was doing it. I want to see, the problem is I do want to down gear it, but it's faster on up gear. Some of the things in game don't necessarily make sense, like the pulling a big weight like that. I should be down gearing it to get it to pull the weight better, but it's not really working that way. So like I should be able to test out the max speed on this by running it. did this last night, trying to make it not convoluted here. So like you see, this is going to whip because it's going to be whatever the motor's going times 2. All right, so we can half that and make it probably have damage still on. I'll shut damage off in case I need to bump that thing. All right, so did I just screw that up by going backwards? I pretty much did. Yeah, so I probably do. See, I don't want to do that. Let's go ahead and load it up again, and I'll figure out what I want to do here. So right now they're facing away, so I can down gear it. I kind of thinking down gearing's the way. So if I go 2s on a down gear, or I can run up gears and restrict the motor. I think I want to do all my restrictions with gearing because this is going to give me a lower gear ratio on that. And let's go even lower here. And this is, I'm going to try running, this is my sander. Again, I don't need the EOS, you know, I don't need their standard because if I'm doing a really long train, I'd actually rather have 2 locomotives. So I kind of want it not necessarily weak, but not super fast, so that if I want to go faster, I have to add a second locomotive. Kind of the thing. That 1-1, what are you, 3-1? Let's do that. Let's try that. So I'm just playing with stuff, trying to get this where I need it. So I'm trying to think how I want to set this up. What I could do is do a read off of the RPS. Because, like, you're not really setting the RPS, or the speed with the loco either. You're just setting the power. So I'm trying to make it realistic, but I'm also trying to make it, you know, take something realistic, convert it into the game so that it behaves realistically. Ah, fucking just showed up there, this guy. See, like, this has much more realistic, not necessarily that's realistic acceleration, but, like, see, I've already zeroed the throttle. We coast much better than we did before. I think I can, I think the tracks are all switched for going the other way. We want to kind of take this out into a quick and dirty speed run here. So there, right there is about the max speed, you can see. So by using the gear ratios, you can set your max speed. You know, so it's showing us, like, I could figure out the exact circumference of the tire by going off the speed here. So that's about the max I want. So we're getting 107. Because the motor's trying to turn at 19 RPS, and then we're cutting that, you know, effectively in half. You know, so that's why we're getting 107. You know, like, there's not too many places on the map. Like, there's a couple straightaways where theoretically I can get up to speed anyway. The other thing too is I don't wanna like plan to pull that brick too much because it's like I'm never actually gonna pull that, you know. So I could ruin other aspects of the locomotive because I'm gonna be pulling, you know, my cars, and likely they're not gonna weigh anything near that. So it's like, why am I testing to that standard for something I'm not gonna necessarily use? Like, that's 100, you know, 108-ish kilometers an hour right there. So 67 miles an hour. The other thing I'm doing too here is, so I just increased the gear ratio on the motors. Trying to watch fuel too. Like, I'm eating fuel like a crazy person here too. That's the other problem, is I'm going to be burning a ton of fuel like that, so I need to change some things up to make this a little bit more efficient. Let's see how much let's see how bad this is if I go to a so I'm keep gearing up the generator to make more power out of the essentially the same amount of fuel. So trying to make that more efficient too, because that burned 13% of my fuel in that short distance, where before this was very fuel efficient. So I'm trying to reach a balance that I like, where the train is usable. I want it to burn some fuel so that, you know, like say we take 5 containers somewhere, I want 1 container to be the cost of that trip, you know. It makes it so that you actually have to budget correctly. Right, that way restricts that. That's super restricted now. Alright, so the 9 to 1's way too high on that gear ratio on the generator. We know that. What's that? 15 divided by 2, 7.5. Let's try a 6 to 1 gear ratio. See how that looks. I got the cars fixed up from yesterday. You know, everything I spawned yesterday, something was wrong on it that needed to be finished or fixed. Usually just finished. So it was kind of frustrating. I was trying to move some liquids, and then the cars weren't working, so it was kind of annoying. Alright, so we're going to have the speed. That's better there. We're still not sipping fuel all that effectively. I grabbed the wrong locomotive. That sucks. Okay. That's alright. We'll get rid of this one, and I'll see how fast the other one pushes it. This is the one I was just working on. This is the one I was trying to get. Go get in here and see what this is pushing it. Grab it. All right, 2 1s. That's a 6. That should be producing enough electricity. Let's gear this down a little bit. So let's go to a 5-2 on these. Yeah, I don't think I really care about the standards. More, I want to learn how I could get this to be faster, you know, and that's pretty optimistic, 80 kilometers an hour with the brick. So I'm trying to like see gearing, like I was reverse engineering some of the EOS stuff, and like they're running 1-to-1 gear ratios, and so they'll have less power production than I have, less electric motor power than I have, and less, you know, less gearing, and they'll, you know, and theoretically, I haven't tested them, actually seen if they can reach that standard, but. All right, so increase the gear ratio even more, so we should be going slower now than the 108 we were going last time. So we should also be more powerful to pull heavier loads here. So tachometers, we're going up to 7 RPS, so that's not bad. Doing 86, I'm happy with that. Okay, there we go. Let's push this a little bit. Want to watch my fuel burn? What is going on? Why is that engine dying? That's interesting. That is interesting. I don't know why my engine's dying. Stop. Let's get rid of the brick here. I want to just test the loco for a second. I won't spend all day in this, but kind of ripping it apart and playing with it, see what it's doing. Yeah, I don't know why it's having starter problems. Let's see. I cut something. Make sure fuel lines are going correctly. That's fuel right there. And I changed a bunch of systems on this to try to make it a little bit more realistic. Like, I took out the big battery. It's currently just this battery feeding normal stuff. Let's see. Let's go give this a run, see why the hell it's having fuel starvation. I don't know why. Doesn't make sense to me. Catch up with chat here in a second. Right, we're making 100 and we're making 1700 S watts. So I'm trying to get some more fuel efficiency back. I don't know why it's starting to lower fuel percentage, but it is. Yeah, right there we die. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Let's see what's up with the fuel. That's interesting because it's showing. I don't know what the deal is. I got the regular version of the D6 still saved, so play with that. But I'm trying to get this fully diesel electric, so I'm trying to take the battery out of there altogether. I'm wondering why this is now dying. This doesn't make any sense to me why it's dying. Okay. All right, let's get off of this for now. Play with that off screen. Let's read some chat, and then I'll go do something. No, thank you, Tripper. We'll see you later. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I didn't do too many sub bodies on mine, is especially if I try to use it in multiplayer, too many sub bodies start lagging everybody out. So, oh, thank you, Ufa. Yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. I do have 3 1x train wheel assemblies. It's exactly what I already have on there. Independent train bogey, independent train bogey, independent train bogey. See them right here. It's not a 3x1. They are custom train bogies. Have I seen your engine with the custom trucks? I don't know if I have or not. Yeah, because I didn't touch the exhaust. That's the only reason why I'm like not really quickly jumping on that stuff, is I have not touched any of that. I literally was running fine last night. It had to be something I just did. That's why I wasn't screwing with it. Here, let's do this one. This one I worked on last night and was working fine. I'll go send this around the loop really quickly. Yeah, so while the brick is kind of a cool idea, it's like, again, you know, it's a game. There are rules to the game. The world is different, and so it's like, you know, for me to build it to like try to make it like a regular locomotive, I think is kind of silly to a certain extent, because it's like, I talked about when I was first building this, is like, if you think about how many cars we're going to be able to line up, like, I can't get 5 containers going to the same region usually out of one place. And so it's like, let's say we could make train that was 15 cars long. That would be pretty long for the game, so I don't want it to be, 15 cars long. And now, what are we at there? 107. Yeah, like, see, this is the one from last night. I haven't touched any exhaust or fuel, so I don't know what the deal is. Like, you see, this one's running fine. So I don't know what the deal is. It's 228. Let's just do a couple more things here. All right, let's try to, I'm gonna try to gear this up a little bit here. Let's get a toggle here. Play with a couple things while I'm here. Yeah, this is working well, so I don't want to dick with it too much, but yeah, it's doing everything I asked for. So like the whole thing is I'm ripping out the battery now. So the way the electrical works on this is this here is the traction motors. It goes directly from the generator to the traction motors. The motors are only powered by the generator. There's no battery in there at all. The benefit of a battery is I can read how much the battery has. So I can produce exactly as much electricity as the train needs. IRL, you'd be able to put an amp meter on the traction motors and read it. So like, that was the other thing was why I was doing this too. Is like, I was kind of looking at some of the train community and like they pride themselves on making the direct diesel electrics, which I agree, it's cool from a technical standpoint. The problem is we don't have the tools that they would have IRL to read how many amps the traction motors are using. So like if let's say the traction motors are using 10 amps, well, I need to produce 10 amps to be able to power it, to be able to efficiently power them. So the engine should rev down when I'm producing less power, And so you could do that in game by a battery. Forgot to hook this up, right. So like I was thinking a bunch of different ways to try to do this, but like the battery, as much as I don't want to use a battery in there, the benefit of the battery is it shows me how much electricity I'm using. So if I could find another way to do that, I think we'd be good, but 653295, grab that. That's going in there. Okay. That's why I was using a battery initially is, if we're using X amount of battery, X amount of electricity, I can then read how much electricity we're using and the engine can, produce as much as electricity as we need. And pretty much, as far as I know, I'm going to need a battery for that. I'm just tuning in fuel efficiencies now. That should have, why? 310, 309. Why the fuck is that not working now? You have electricity? You do. Okay. Why is that not... I didn't hear the gearbox flip, and it's not doing it. So why are you not flipping the gearbox, you jackass? Literally just hooked that up to flip the gearbox, and it's not doing it. That's annoying. What are you doing there, guy? 3295. See if I can flip this gearbox. See what the deal is here. It's tough to get in here. Okay. Oh, there's no electricity going to the gearbox itself. That's probably why. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any electricity going to it. So let's just plug that directly in. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Plug that in directly to the battery for now. Just so I can flip it and I can disconnect it. That would be why. So I'm trying to get the RPS down here so that I'm back in the RPS range I want for fuel efficiency's sake. Yeah, because, for example, I even tried using the battery charger to see what the battery usage was, but there's no way to take the values and read them to a microcontroller. Because what I was going to do is use the battery charger to read out battery usage. So you'd essentially be comparing one side to the other, and then that would read it out, you know? All right, so now because I've geared that generator up, we're limited to like 8.3. We're making 22 8S watts. Back to better fuel efficiencies here. Yeah, back to better fuel efficiencies. All right, that's stalling out the engine. That stalled out the engine hard there. All right, I'll play with this more off screen later. Let me go ahead and read. The battery's not even running the train, just the generator. That battery is just, like, that battery is literally not connected to anything. Well, it's connected to the train systems. It's not connected to the electric motors at all. Electric motors are running directly off the generator. If you look here, here's the electric motor. Here's the generator. The generator goes to this relay, and then the electric motors for the axles are plugged into this relay. There's no other electrical connection to these motors. These motors just run off of this generator. So it's direct connected. Let's go ahead and see, this is the problem here. Like, here, let's bring up the old DE6. Old, like it's that old, but so like this is why I run it the way I do. Why I put a battery in there. Again, like I said, you know, some of the stuff, like, you know, I love realism as well, but the problem is a lot of people are trying to get like realism by not having a battery in there, and the problem then becomes, well, you have no way to read the amperage of how many amps you're using. And so if you don't know how many amps you're using, you can't know how many amps to produce. You know, so it's you know, in this, it's simple. The battery, as the motors are using up battery, it is then telling the PID to then make more electric production with the engine. Let's play with this a little bit. Trying to get rid of I want to get rid of that battery and make a version that I could test. So the issue too is the fuel. The kind of thing that's making me almost want to put a battery back in there is the fuel efficiency of this sucks. Or it doesn't suck, but it's not as good as it was, because like the way I have it in right now is super simple. It's when the throttle lever goes to 1, it reads a 1 to the electric motors, and it's reading a 1 times the max RPS to the engine. And so that's what it's essentially doing. The problem then becomes, find the fucking thing, where is it? Right there. The problem then becomes that I'm making more electricity than I need, and so the engine should be revving down, but without any sort of way to read that electricity. That's why I use a battery, is because the battery will deplete electricity. The engine will say, oh crap, we're losing electricity, make more power. Then when we're making more power, it will automatically rev down the engine. So as much as I understand people's issues with like using a battery in the system, I think it's the actual most realistic and efficient way to run it, frankly. You know. I could do, let's see. Let's try something. I've got an idea. What did I end up going with? The 2-1. Let's try a 5-2 on there. Let's try something. The other thing too is the startup procedure on this is long, so it ends up screwing me every time I have to start up because it takes forever. Try to get as much test out of as I can. That's way too much. Yeah, that was so weak that I never even started applying the generator on that one. Because the gear ratios were too high on the generator. It was 7.5 to 1 on a large generator, so it was quite a bit of resistance. So I'm watching this tack here come up, and then I want to watch how many S-watts I'm making. So I'm making 1,700 S-watts. That should be enough to keep this loco going pretty well here. Just run it around the loop, make sure it doesn't stall at the engine. I'll read some chat. Yeah, I converted them a little while ago there, Ufer. Well, you know, as long as, like, you could make, theoretically, you could make a train run on a AA battery. As long as you're producing enough electricity to always replace the electricity you're using. And so that's how I run all my stuff on small amounts of battery, is I tune the PIDs in so that it automatically makes as much electricity as I need. So this is much more fuel efficient now. We're down to 6 RPS. I need to put a seat in here so I can read my gauges while I'm going around the loop, but... So, like, this is much more fuel efficient now. We're still going a good speed. Yeah, this is much more fuel efficient now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I still don't know what the fuck is causing this here. Why does this do this? Could be the, like you said, it could be exhaust building up. Let me check. I've got reduced particles on. Let me shut those off so I can actually see if that's what's going on here. Okay, never mind. They aren't full, so it is exhaust, but this was not having this problem before, so I'm curious why it's doing it now when I make that change to the gearbox. It chokes out the exhaust then. So. I'm like 2 feet from the thing. Get me closer there. Alright, so let's go ahead and I want to step this back by... Let's step this back by 1. Let's see what that is. That's a 6 to 1. We drop that back. What's that? That's a 27 divided by 5. 5, 4. Let's run that for now. Do 9.5 on that. Yeah, because I want, you know, I don't want the engine pinned the whole time. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes I get hung up on, you know, sometimes I and other people get hung up on realism when it's like, again, you know, it's not, you're not in the real world. You're in the game. You have only the parts that are available in the game. You don't have parts that are not available in the game. So it's like you kind of gotta deal with the gamification of it as well. So if you remember the test I did the other day, I'll bring it out in a second. It takes a second to do. So I'm pretty confident. Yeah, it's probably exhaust. If it's I thought I had reduced particles on. I have full particles on. So definitely the exhaust. But I don't know. I'm trying to think why it would do that with... It was literally me increasing the gear ratio that was doing it. So putting extra load in the engine, maybe. That could have been it. And so the extra load in the engine caused it to back up its exhaust. It's the only thing I can think of. See, this accelerates much more realistically now than it used to. That's the other reason why I wanted to do this. Is before, because it had a full battery, if the engine doesn't ramp up, it does not have enough electricity to accelerate quickly. Let's see, what's 72 kilometers an hour in miles an hour? That's 44. So we're making 2270 S-watts. So like, what we're making more electricity than we need right now. So what really should be happening is the engine should be revving down. Because we're making more electricity than we need. You know, let's look at that fuel usage. The fuel usage is better. We're at 8.3. We're making plenty of electricity. I'll show you that test here in a second. Let's bring this back. Let's actually save this. This is actually running the best, I would say. So let's save that. And I'll bring out my example that I was showing, like how you can quickly test like the best way to get electrical efficiencies. I thought, did I save it? I hope I saved it. No, it's got D up top. That's why. See if we can find it. Made a generator tutorial if you guys are interested. All right, here it is right here. So here's the motor test example. So again, for those who didn't see it, these are timers, and each of these motors has an independent battery. This battery is just to power the gauges on these. But each of these has their own battery, and so what's going to happen is when I press the button, it's going to turn this up to 100%, and it's going to count how long it takes before it kills the battery. So if we turn on the first one, this is the control. It's direct connected. You can see we have 91 torque. We're at around, you see the RPS is going down because as you lose electricity, the RPS is going down. That's another reason I went to diesel electric instead of using the battery. The battery will give you full 19 RPS instantly, so your train accelerates like crazy, where IRL you need to rev up the engine first to get that. And so it will slowly get up there, so that's what I'm liking the performance there. But this will show you how long it takes before this one runs out of electricity here. So this took 30 seconds to run out of electricity. This one here is, we have a 27-to-1 gear ratio. Again, just trying to get an extreme gear ratio in there. They're pointing away from the power source. If we look at our torque, we're at 1454. This one's the opposite. The torque is at 33. So this one is geared down for more power and less RPS. This one here is geared for more RPS, less power. So we'll turn that one on. We'll turn that one on. You'll notice this one here is making 0.13 S-watts. That one's making like 80 S-watts. This one was, I forget what that one was making. I think like 90 S-watts, something like that. So this one's not turning the generator much, and the whole point of this is not to actually make electricity. The point of this is to show how you can be more electrically efficient. So this one over here is about to run out of battery. So you can see this will go out of battery right now. So that's out of battery. All right. And so it is, this one took 29 seconds to run out of battery. So you can see this one is about, these two are within a second of each other. This one, on the other hand, is still going. So because when you down gear to, say, the wheels of your locomotive, you're using a hell of a lot less electricity. And so you'll see that this one will last longer. So this test is essentially how to make it so you don't need as much electricity. All right, so this one took 52 seconds to deplete the battery. So, you know, whenever you're doing power generation, you want to move that generator as fast as you can. So you do want the arrows pointing toward the power source. But what we're trying to do here is show you, if you want to make something, say a car or a train, more efficient, so it's not burning up so much diesel, you know, producing electricity, By down gearing it, you're using less electricity. So you can see this one lasts, you know, not quite twice, but this is approaching 2 times as this lasts twice as long. So the same battery will last twice as long if you down gear it, essentially. So that's what that test was. So that's why, like, one of the reasons I'm down gearing the DE6 here is to try to get more efficiency. So when I have these pointing away from the motors, it's at a 3-1. That is going to make this use a hell of a lot less electricity. Now, ideally, if I was going to build this system and engineer it, I would read how much electricity the wheels are using, and then or the electric motors are using, and then I would have the engine only go that high. The problem is we are, we're having a problem with that, though. The problem is I have no way to read it without putting a battery in line. I'm really trying not to put a battery in there. Because, like, I need, like, an amp gauge is what I need, and I can't figure out how the hell to do that because the only way to do it is with a battery. I'm trying to think of another way to do it. The only way I can do it is with a battery because it's the only thing that gives me... Like, I even tried a battery charger, which would work. Like, here, I'll show you a test with a battery charger. Battery charger would theoretically work if I was able to read out the values, but I can't read out the values. I can read them with tooltips, but I can't read out the values. So the battery charger will not read it. So what I was going to do was this, where you would have the generator plug into the electric in, and you would have the motors plug into electric out. And if you quickly, let's see. And this is what I would want to do. I made this test last night. Symmetry off there. All right, so essentially this stuff would all plug into, where's the battery? Here, grab this one, cut that, move you like that. So if the battery charger had a node that would show you how... I already have a fucking battery over there. What am I doing? If the battery charger would actually allow you to show the nodes. So, for example, this should be flipped. And if you could read out the charges, you could read out the differential, the delta on the charges. And so, like, this will go out to there, and then this is going to be electric out. This is electric in. So, like, if we run this system here... You can see that we're going to use up this battery here. So when we turn this light on, it's going to only use from this battery. Oh, fucking hell, man. There we go. Try to do test and miss something, sucks. All right, so this light is only using from this battery, and then this battery only here sends charge across this charge. So you notice electric in is this side. And periodically, it will send some of the electricity from the left side to the right side. The problem is it has no nodes on there that lets me read it out. So, like, what I could do is use this system, plug it into, have the generator go in the inside and have the motors on the outside and then read the differential. And if I can read the differential, then I know where we're at. But the only way to do that in game is with a battery. I can't use anything else. So, like, this is useless to me. So I can't use that. I really don't want to put a battery in there. But this will really increase electric efficiencies and fuel efficiencies of the loco. So I might just say screw it and put it in there because it's like, you know, doing all this shit to try to get this to de-gamify it, and I don't have the parts to completely de-gamify it, you know. So like I can run the locomotive off this one small battery. That's fine. See, I wish I could set a max charge level too. Curious. Let me play with this a little bit. So let's take this battery here. So we got to plug this in here. So this battery is going to plug into the side that uses electricity here. What's this? That's the wrong side. Okay, you go in there, and then this goes on this side here. Because, you know, right now, the way I've got it is kind of funky. Battery there. Yeah. So I've been screwing around with this for trying to get it to work like this, but it's not realistic. Like, that's the whole thing, is it's not really all that realistic, because in a, you know, the way that the diesel locomotives are going to run is they're going to report how much electricity they're using, and then they're going to produce as much electricity as they need, and the only way we can do that in game is with a battery. And so it's a cool concept to not have to do that shit, but it doesn't really work in practice because we don't have that in game, you know. So, like, this is it, control with a PID. So now what's going to happen is, I'll go through the logic so you guys can see it. But so essentially we have a battery here. All right, it's reading in its process variable. All right, the set point, I want 100% battery. You know what I could do? I could change this. It's not going to really matter, though. Let's leave it as this. So what's going to happen is, as the battery drops because the electric motors are using it, let's try this actually. Let's go to 0.1. This might actually work for me. This may actually work. Let's try this. Uh, 0.1 would be 10%. All right, so we'll set the battery to 10%. And then in the microcontroller, I have 10% set in there. All right, so we have 10%. So I want 10% battery. The battery's at 10%. If the battery drops below 10%, it's going to cause the PID to go up. That's going to then read up, and it's going to say, hey, give me more RPS. The engine's going to rev up to make more electricity. Once it reaches that 10%, it's going to slow down the engine because you've made enough electricity. Now, eventually the motor's going to start taking more battery, so you're going to have to rev up. Let's actually go to 0.01. Let's make this 1% battery. So essentially what I'm trying to do is make a diesel electric that has no battery, but I'm using the battery as only a gauge, as a voltage gauge. And so by making this 1%, the battery is really not doing much to actually power the motors. It is just being used as a voltage gauge, essentially. So does that make sense? Let me catch up real quick. Yeah, like if Oofer, if you watch the generator tutorial, like, I run most of my stuff on like one tiny battery. Like, even some of my big ships, like my big ships, I run on 6 medium batteries. That's it. On most of my other stuff is all small batteries, and I have a backup one, and it's because I make sure that the generator is producing just as much electricity as you're using. You never need it, you know. Try down gearing the electric motor, Oofer, because again, you know, the tire diameter is 3.33, the wheel diameter, and then if you multiply that by 19, which is the max output of the electric motor, that's 63 meters per second. So if you don't need all that 63 meters per second, down gear the electric motors, or the one large electric motor, and you'll end up not using as much electricity. How long have I been building this already? I've been working on it throughout last week. Week before that, probably, too. Not that long. Just reading some chat, guys. Yeah, I think what's happening is when the engine gets overloaded, it is backing up exhaust because, like you saw, I was running that other locomotive around the loop for like, what, 20 minutes? And it didn't have a backup of exhaust, but it's like literally as soon as I increased the gear ratio, it backed up the exhaust. And I don't even know if it necessarily backed up the exhaust. It could, you know what it probably just did? Overburdened it, so it got below the start rate. That's probably what it did. It's probably not an exhaust problem. Because I've literally never had an exhaust problem with this, so I doubt that's actually what's happening. Yeah, so I think I'm on to something here because by essentially putting the battery down to 0.1, it's going to, by 1%, let's say that. By having it as 1%, the battery is essentially not doing anything. All it's working for me is working as a voltage gauge or an amperage gauge. All right, so in here, let's put a, what did I put in here last time? Let's go like 500 on that for now. I'll screw with that in a second. Because now I have to power in the generator portion of this. Let's go 100 on that for now. Okay. Hopefully that, yeah, that should still be plugged in. Hopefully that PID tuner's still plugged in. But yeah, I think, you know, again, it's getting too precious. I think like a lot of the train community is getting too precious trying to make generators only. And again, we don't have the parts we'd have in real life, like an amperage gauge. And because we don't have an amperage gauge, we can't read how much power it's using. We can't produce as much power as it's using. All right, so the battery's in line now. So what's happening is, let's see. I gotta go back there and look at it real quick here. Let's slow down so I can go back there and look at it. Let me see what this is also plugged into here. I gotta play with this a little bit. I changed up somehow how this runs, so I gotta fix it. What's that going to? Throttle, reverse control. Okay, throttle. That just goes there now. All right. So that was working out pretty well right off the bat. What's that? Gen PID. Gen PID. Let's read that. What the hell's that? What's that going to? Let's see. That's speedo. That's speedo. Okay, what's that? Trying to see where all my gauges are. Okay, here's Gen PID. This should be Gen PID right here. I want to see what that generator's doing. Engine PID is fine. I don't need that. I think this was tuned. I think I put the P value in just about, or the tuned in the PID just about perfect. Let me see. All right, so let's follow the path of the battery again. So the battery here is only has 1% on it. Fucking hell, 1% on it. And that is going into the relay. The relay here connects to all of the 8 medium electric motors, which powers the actual wheels of the locomotive. Just checking all the connections here. Okay, so that powers all of those wheels. All right, and so what's going to happen is as I power up, right, immediately this battery is going to go to 0, right? These electric motors are going to immediately eat every ounce of battery that's in there. It's going to say, hey, engine, we have no electricity. Rev up the generator. Engine's going to rev up. All right. As the engine revs up, we're now going to very quickly recoup enough electricity to make 1% back on the battery. As soon as we go over 1% on this battery, the engine should say, hey, we've got enough electricity, rev down. And that should help increase efficiencies. Let's go ahead and do this. That's going to be... let's do this as amp gauge for now, because this is going to be what's actually going to tell me my usage. And then I should be able to play with my numbers. Let's see, right there. And I'm going to do this. I keep meaning to do this. I keep frickin' forgetting, and it's driving me nuts, is I need to put a seat in here, especially as I go around the corners here. I cannot read my gauges, and I keep meaning to put that in, and I keep frickin' forgetting. So let's do that. So I think I'm onto something here. you know, again, I got kind of, got obsessed with the idea of completely getting the battery out of the system, which works great. There's some nice things. It's slower to accelerate, but by having a battery at 1%, that's also going to help. All right, so that battery is, why is it charging? Is the question. Look, see the battery's charging? Oh, it's because that's why. That's fucking my system up right there. Okay. That's screwing me up right there. All right, let's try something. Let's do this. So what's happening is the clutches are engaged. They're already turning the generator, which is already maxing out the battery. So that's not going to work. So let's see. Let's go in here. I don't need to go in here, but we went in here anyways. So right here, let's make the clutch engagement 4.5. So you need to rev the engine up higher before the generator will even make electricity now. Because what was happening is at idle, I was making enough electricity to charge up that little battery. Ah, I bet I can do something. I bet I can do something. Fix that again. This could be a use for something. Where are we at here? 3.5. Okay. So let's try this. Let's take the battery charger, which, you know, nobody, myself included, uses because it doesn't have much use. I think it has a use here. This is a one-way flow, I believe. So if this should have a one-way flow, so we should be able to go. All right, so I always put it backwards. So electricity is going to go from the battery into here. And then it's going to go back to there. Okay, so this will be one-way battery flow. How do I recharge it now? I can't cap it up. Shit. This is ruining what I wanted to do. Damn it. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Actually, no, this might work. Do it like that and then go like this. Okay, so what this should do is that what I'm hoping here is this will do electrical in, electrical out. This, in my understanding, does not flow both ways. This does not flow electricity back this way. That's going to still fill it up, though. Shit. Let's try a relay. Try something here. Trying to get this to work right. I got to do a lot of bullshit to get around, like just the game issues, or the game, not really even game issues, the game choices. And again, the reason why I think the devs made these choices is because, like, only sick people like myself care about making it this complicated, you know. All right, so this is going to flow one direction. This is going to flow from the battery to the in. It's going to go one direction out. The electricity, to my understanding, should not come back this way. All right. And then what we want to do is we want to go from here to there and then in like that. And then this one here is only going to open if the battery is less than 1%. So let's take a blank micro. Okay. This is going to be... All right, let's go like this. Okay, and this here is going to be a number input. This is... All right, so what's going to happen is if this battery is... less than... and we'll make this the 1%. All right, so now even when we're idled, right, we're making electricity because the generator is spinning. And so the problem was that was recharging our battery fully. And now what's going to happen is only if the battery is less than 1% is it going to recharge the battery. So now the electricity should only flow this direction into the motors. All right, and so that should take some battery power, and that's going to set how fast this generator turns. And then this side is only going to recharge it from the generator when it's below 1%. So that should work better. I'll see you later there, Rasmus. Open, please. Open the fucking door. Come on. Come on. Grab the door. Thanks. So the whole reason I'm doing this is I want the engine to rev down when we've produced enough electricity. That seat's in the way. All right, let's see. Let's go. Try that for now. All right, so see how slowly the locomotive is starting to accelerate now. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this is I'm trying to get more realistic acceleration rates. And so the problem is when you have a battery in there, it's going to use up all the battery, and so you'll be able to accelerate instantly. That's why, like, you know, electric cars can accelerate so fast is you have instant torque. And so we don't want that. We want this to have to rev up. There we go. That's beautiful. That's working really well now. So if we look here, see the amp gauge? The electric motor is that small battery is at 0.0111189. So this should be, the engine should only be producing as much electricity as we're using. So that's beautiful. So it's only producing as much electricity as we were using. Before what was happening was I might be at 8 RPS, wasting a lot. We're down to, we have 104.97 amps is all we need, because that's as much as the engines are actually using. And then what is this dial? I can't remember what this one's all about. Beautiful. That's working really, really well. So we're actually, what is that gauge? I can't remember what this gauge does. I don't know what this one is. This might be the actual, you know what it probably is? I think this is the, yeah, this is the generator PID value right there. You notice it's negative. It's negative because we're over, see how we're over 1%? And because we're over 1%, it's saying, hey, we're producing too much electricity. So it's actually reducing, you know, it's saying we're making more than enough electricity. The thing of it is that we have, you know, we're direct connected to the generator. I didn't bother putting a clutch in there. But this is working really well now. So this, like, let's watch the acceleration. This is one of the reasons I want to do this, is I want this to accelerate realistically. And so watch the battery when I go. Like, the battery, it's going to be hard because I got to pull up the actual throttle, but I want to know why we're still revved up here, though. This is interesting to me, why that's still revved up, why it's not revving down. We have enough battery, so this should be revving down. Yeah, see, it's still even revving up. I don't know why it's not revving down. You know, like, see the fuel usage? Let's ramp up and see what... The fuel usage is very low right now, which is what I want. I want it to be pretty realistic fuel flow. Like, see, we accelerate pretty realistically. Still fast compared to real life, but... Like, look at the fuel usage there. Before, we were ticking down 1 point per second. It was going, like, that 0.2 would have been going down per second. We're now moving at 2 decimal places on fuel usage. So that's nice and realistic. Like, you know, we're still using a good bit of fuel, which I want, but again, you know, I talk about that, like, balancing where, like, this is crossing a continent. Crossing a continent should use a good bit of fuel, right? Because in real life, you're not going to get $2,000 to go for a 20-minute drive, right? They don't pay you $2,000 per container to go for a 20-minute drive. All right, let's say it takes us 40 minutes to do 5 containers. We're not getting $25,000 in real life to do an hour's work, right? And so the whole point of it is, in-game, everything's accelerated, so you don't have to do an 8-hour shift to actually get, you know, your money. You do 20 minutes, and you get, you know, a lot of money. And so, because your profits are overinflated, your costs should be overinflated. So, you know, you make a lot of money, but you should also be burning a lot of money in the form of diesel, you know. And so that's a good balance there. All right, so I'm pretty happy with this so far. We've got some issues here. Like, I'm wondering why this is stuck at 5.7. That should be coming down now because we're making less electricity. See if I'm close enough to recall it. I am. All right, let's check something here. I want to make sure one of my decimal places isn't off. Make sure this is plugged in right. Yep, that's right. That's right there. We're at 1%. 1% in there. Okay, good. And then the last one here is battery should be hooked to the little battery. Battery's hooked to the little battery. Yep, right there. What was that going to? That's going to... Yeah, see, I'm still curious why the generator PID's doing what it's doing. It should be revving us down. That's why right here. This is the problem right here. Okay. Let's take out a bunch of this shit. Let's go just to X on this. That's probably the problem right there. Let's fix it. Because it's going to be hard to... That made sense with the way I was doing it before, but it doesn't make much sense to do it that way now. That was when I was going in reverse too on my throttle. It would always give it a positive, so... Alright, so the generator should be reading 0. It is, because I don't have any values in here. So let's go ahead. Let's start real basic. Let's start with a 1. 0001 on that. Alright. So as we come out of here, we expect to use up pretty much all of that battery. If you look, we have about 1% of the battery in there. Alright. And so with 1% of the battery in there, as I start to put on the electric motor, we should expect this to go down pretty fast. All right. And so if you notice, see what the engine's doing? The engine is revving up, trying to make that electricity back. All right. So what we want to do is let's increase that to 10. There it goes. It was going for a little bit there. Alright, so why is that reading negative now? That doesn't make any sense to me. So we're just idling right now because this is over 1. This isn't gonna work. Not like this. Yeah, see, it's over, so it's just gonna... Yeah, see, that's not gonna work. Shit. Alright, we gotta do a couple things to get this to work. So right now I have it making electricity at idle. It should not. So gotta go back in here and we're gonna move this up to 4. Try that. So now the clutch should not clutch in as quickly to the electrical generator. All right, so now that's reading 0. Oh, it's reading a negative number, that's fine. I want to know why that's so low. Oh, it's the battery's so low, it's barely moving the motors. Let's see what the motors are doing. Yeah, so 1% is probably not a good value there. 1% is probably too low. Get out of the roof. Get out of the roof. Come on, jackass. Hmm. Okay. 1%'s gonna be too low, I think. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Let's try run them at 100. Because the problem is gonna be it reduces the power of the engine if you go too low, so we're gonna have to go to that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it like this. Because what's gonna happen is the you lose power exponentially with the battery being down, and so that's not gonna work for us. Just 1%. It's not gonna get us moving fast enough, which is gonna mean the electric motors are not using enough electricity to ever trigger the engine to rev up. All right, let's get this set up. So now you notice the engine revs down. So the engine's revving down to whatever it needs. So like we're only using like 460 S-watts right now to go 72 kilometers an hour. So before, like the system I had before when I first kind of started the episode today was I was using 2,280 S-watts to go like 72 kilometers an hour. Now I'm using 430 S-watts to go 72 kilometers an hour. So I'm using a hell of a lot less electricity, which means I'm going to be using a hell of a lot less fuel. If you look at this, before we were at 2 decimal places we're moving, now we're at 3 decimal places are moving. So able to really get the fuel efficiency up. This is moving too fast now. So that 2,500 numbers, or 500 numbers, too big. Gotta do page up on this sometimes. Yeah, so this is sipping fuel now. Like, look at how slow that fuel's going. We're going 2 decimal places. We're burning fuel, and it's like not even 1 tick per second. It's like 1 tick every 3 to 4 seconds. Like, look at this fuel usage now. This is nuts. You know, like, see how slow it is? It's 3 decimal places off. So this should be really good for should be really good for us. Yeah, like, look at how fuel efficient this is. So that should be really good. So, like, see that ramps up a little bit faster than I like. So I'm going to keep stepping this back until that's a little bit smoother. I don't like this sitting on idle the entire time, though. Try to drop the idle on it. But, like, this is so efficient right now. That's nuts. Alright, so I'm happy with this. What do we get for numbers? So I really don't need this in here anymore, that section. I don't need that relay. So let's grab this back. Because I'm up to 100% now, I don't need this relay anymore. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's go electricity here. So this goes out like so. That can go directly. Yeah, all this, I can get rid of this too. I don't need this anymore because, like, when I was running below 100%, I needed it. Now I don't, so. Plug it like that. This should be good. Let's go ahead and save this version. This version's working really well now. You know, so again, you know, I understand, like, I'm all for realism in most of the time, but it's like, I don't think it's all that realistic. You know, the thing is, people are trying to be super realistic, and in the attempt to be super realistic, I think they're not being realistic at all, because we don't have the ability to read electrical draw. So we have no way to read how much electricity the traction motors are using. And because we can't read how much electricity the traction motors are using, we can't tune the engine properly. And so by using a battery in there, it's all it's working as is a gauge. It uses some battery, means that it's showing us that we're discharging electricity. I could probably, no, I don't want to fuck with it too much. I can't get this thing to slip either. I was going to try to slip it. Let me see what my gear ratios are here. 3195, okay. If I wanted to make this a little less fuel efficient, I could drop this off by 1. Well, let's save this version here. This version I'm happy with. Like, that's ultra fuel efficient, dude. That's really up there. Oh, you like Shoreline? Shoreline's pretty good. Yeah, it's just, I wish they would put a proper voltage gauge. That's what I would love, is if they had a proper voltage gauge that would show electrical draw, I could then better tune this up. If I want to have the engine rev up more, and if I want to use more fuel, I just need to decrease this gear ratio, and that will mean the engine needs to rev higher to make more S-watts. So that's something I can do if I want to actually, like, make this a little less efficient. I'm still curious how the hell EOS is getting their locomotives to pull that weight at, 80 kilometers an hour. Like, here's the Dash 9 they've got. I'm curious, like, I was looking at one of them. 3131. This one is, okay, so see, this is how they're probably doing some of this. Let's look. So here are the motors, right, they're running, this is almost identical to my, oh, they got a gen there, okay. You look at this. So they're running 3 motors facing the engines, which means that they're increasing the ratio. And then they've got the gen there, what's that about? What is that about? Oh, that's for regenerative braking. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. So they're going, see, they're probably using an absolute shitload of fuel doing this too. Because like I'm down gearing mine for fuel usage, for fuel savings. So I bet they're probably using a huge amount of fuel on this sort of shit. Like some of these they XML to death. Like this one's not as XML to death. Like some of them they're XMLing it to death, and it's like it's tough to, you know, overly XML'd, and then it's like you can't tell what's going on. But all right, I'm content with that. Let's go ahead and let's go into the career game. I'm gonna try and make some progress on that. I'm gonna go take a quick coffee break while the game loads, and I will be right back. All right, so we are back here at the oil derrick. Make sure I shut this off. I did not save this last time because everything was being annoying. Those are off. Let's shut the pump off. Pumps off. All right, so I want to work on this some more. I want to increase storage a little bit. I also want to increase pumping so that it can pump a little bit more quickly, so I can get things out of here faster to go do transfers and stuff. So let's get that going. You gotta be in. What gear is that? 16? 16 maybe. That was 15, that's 16. That's 17 there. And there's 18. So again, like I was talking about with the train, so the way you get your truck to only go a certain speed is you use gears. So it's, you take the circumference of the wheel and you put it through whatever your final gear ratio is, whatever your final RPS of the engine. You put it through that, and then the fastest you'll ever only go is the fastest speed you want. So it sets up a perfect governor, especially with trucks. It's good because your you're then down gearing it even more, so it gives it more power. So, more pulling power. So we're going a good 68 miles an hour here, so that's right where I want the governor to be. So, curious what's going to go on tomorrow. They're going to be announcing the major update. That will be cool. I think that probably a week from tomorrow is when we'll get the major update. That would be my guess. It's going to be fishing related. We know that. I'm hoping it's some sort of crab pot, some sort of fishing pot. I'll use fishing pot because you do catch fish in some of those quote-unquote crab pots sometimes too. You know, so that's what I'm hoping for. If that's what we get, I'm going to be gung-ho for building a commercial fishing vessel. So, one thing I was thinking of doing is going modern on this and just putting in a monitor here and then have a small camera post, because the mirrors have been such a bitch to make on this that I think that's probably likely more what I'll do. You know, kind of go full modern on it. All right, let's see where we're at here. All right, we've got 31,000 letras of diesel. Now we'll take the Patway and we'll go over to and we'll actually launch that locomotive I was just working on. I think we're up to snuff on that. That's good. Oh, is the Patney still sitting there? I couldn't remember if I got rid of it or not. Thank you for all the guys who updated and downloaded the Pillock cramp. It's in the top 7 at the moment. So yeah, I still laugh at the dude who like said this, you know, can you make it faster? It's like, no. It's like, why would I make this faster? It's already doing 50 miles an hour, dude. That's nuts. It's like look how low the clearance is. Like, you want this to go faster than 50 miles an hour? It's like, come on, dude, grow up. All right, let's see. Hopefully this does not have any problems, because that's going to annoy me if it does. Let me get rid of a couple things here. Did I write down the numbers? I probably did not, but I think we're all right. Let's see. I think I want to do this seat here. Save a version of it, so I'll just save it for this one. Alright, so I'm pretty content with getting this. Again, you know, it was cool with it being completely diesel electric, but it was like it was gonna burn an unholy amount of fuel for no reason other than, yay, it more real. When in the long run, it not more real because I can't actually read how much power the traction motors are using. And so the only way I can read it was with the battery. So I'm using the battery not as a way to cheat and get, like, you know, to make it less realistic, but I'm actually using it to make it more realistic by actually having a way to read the usage, you know. And that's kind of the problem, is it's sometimes, you know, kind of you have to make some of these shortcuts to try to get it to be more like it should be IRL, you know, frankly. Let's see. Let's get you all the way back there. So, like, it would be nice to have an actual, like, ability, to, like, a gauge. Like, it should be just like the battery charger where you put electricity in. It has electricity in and out. And it flows in one direction. And if you can do that, then what you can do is you can, and then you would have a read. How much electricity is going in, how much electricity is going out. And if you know how much electricity is going out, you can then have that run your engine, essentially. You know, so then it says, hey, we have electricity going out, we have a lot of electricity going out, or we have a little electricity going out, rev the engine up or rev the engine down. And then that's a little bit better, I think. All right, so we've completely taken all the diesel. That holds a lot of diesel as well, so kind of expect that. I tested this last night, fixed the issue with the composite signal. Hopefully it's working. I tested a bunch of times to make sure it was working. Hopefully it's working, because that was what frustrated me last time. The reason we were going so damn slow was the brakes were on every car except the front car, so kind of a testament to the strength of this loco if it can pull all those cars with the brakes on. But yeah, we're still doing, like, I think we were doing, what, 20 kilometers an hour or something like that with all the brakes on, essentially. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about that battery being at 100% is that it allows me to accelerate instantly. But, you know, whatever. Again, I'm never going to be able to make it perfect. That's cool. Some of you guys are enjoying Tarkov. Tarkov can be a cruel mistress. I have the independent brake on. I was like, why am I moving so slow? Brake. Oh, shit. Shit. Fuck me. Ah! Shut up, Bell. God damn it. I knew I was going to do that. It was revved up and I had the brake on. Yeah, stop breaking my ankle. Ugh. This is annoying. I don't want to start all this shit up again either. That's fucking stupid as that is. Okay. That's annoying, man. So some more people reporting they're having problems where these disappear. If I were to guess, my guess would be it's something with your computer not saving the state fast enough. I think it's a computer issue. Because, like, if I teleport around, they pop into existence, and I think if somebody has a PC that's not all that great, it's not popping it back. It's not saving it, essentially. So when their fuel pumps are not coming back, it's a vehicle. The pumps are a vehicle, and so they need to load into the add-on portion of the world. That's essentially what the add-on editor is doing. Is you're putting a vehicle into the world, And so those are vehicles. And so when people are losing the rail signals, they're losing their pumps. That's all vehicles. Shit. Is this gonna leak? I don't know if this is gonna leak or not. Kind of panicked there because of the brakes on. I didn't shut the I didn't stop the loco fast enough. Because I started accelerating with the brakes full on, and that screwed me. Did I put a... Did not save after I moved the fuel too, so I don't want to just revert the save to fix my stupidity here. Out of torch there. I gotta get another one. Again, no clip for the save here. So I don't think it's not this week that we should be getting the jump fix unless they do it ahead of time. They said in 2 weeks, so likely I would say it's gonna be with the it's going to be with the major. You know, my supposition on that could be that, you know, if it's got to be, you know, people are like, why are they waiting? There could be reasons. There might not be reasons. It might just be, you know, that's when they're going to do it. But could be, too, that, you know, you might need a new save and then, you know, instead of having to do a new save twice. Likely with the new fish stuff, you're going to need a new save. I think people need to kind of get over the fact that that's going to happen sometimes is, you know, especially, you know, the way the world works in the game with you're putting in vehicles, you're putting in a lot of new infrastructure, I would say, for the fishing major update here. You know, for example, like a lot of people, their world, they shut off animals. Well, if you shut off animals, guess what? You've got no fish. So a lot of people are going to have to start a new world anyway to get the fish in their world. Like I've got the fish activated, but a lot of people are going to have to start that anyways, so... And, you know, I've showed before how, like, really it does not take that long to start a whole new world and, like, update your money. Like, drilling's the only thing that takes any time, and if you have a good drilling rig, you can do most of that AFK. So it's not really all that big of a deal as far as I'm concerned. Let's check the brakes here. I don't think I hooked all these up. I didn't hook any of them up because I slammed into it. What the fuck happened to my hose here? The hose got... Did the hose get destroyed? Hose got destroyed. Okay. There. Take this hose here. Alright, so brakes should be off on this one. Yep, brakes are off on this one. Brakes should be on. They're not? Okay, because I hooked up the second one. Alright. I thought I had hooked up some lines. I hooked all these up. Brakes off, brakes off, brakes off. Beautiful. Alright, so that's all fixed. We're good. We're good to get out of here. Alright. Let me check, let me quickly take off player damage. And I want to check inside this to see if we didn't leak. Alright, we didn't have enough diesel to fill all of them, so likely it looks like these back units are full. This one's full of diesel. That one's full of jet fuel. And that one's full of jet fuel. All right, yeah, we didn't have enough diesel to fill the front one, but we'll take it with us anyway. All right, let's get out of here. Brakes, brakes. All right, that pushes much better now that we don't have the brakes on. Yesterday we were trying to run it with the brakes on. All right, we're good to go all the way back through. All right, we're doing 67 kilometers an hour, so I'm more than content with this. This is a good enough speed for me to be happy. Again, you know, I was thinking of trying to build to that EOS standard, but the issue again is I don't want a locomotive that can haul 50 cars if I'm never going to haul 50 cars, because then I have no reason to use 2 locomotives, you know, to do a multiple locomotive set, because, you know, likely we're never going to be hauling as big a trains you'd haul in real life. So kind of have to bring it back down to the scale of the game, you know. You know, and I want to have a reason to use multiple locomotives. So, like, if I have really heavy cars and I want to go somewhere, it then gives me a reason to have a second locomotive. How's it going there, X-Horse? How are you? How are you? Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad the seat's here now, too. It's much easier to take third-person stuff, too, now. So, like, you know, some people were using pivots on their wheels. Like, my train's pretty low. I haven't hit anything yet. That doesn't mean I can't hit anything. You know, I understand people's thing with, like, you know, there are spots in the track and game where, you know, the terrain changes more quickly than it would in real life. I think, you know, to think the devs are going to go back and completely redo the entire map to make it so that you can build your trains however you want, I think is unlikely. You know, I think you just need to, again, say that there's the real world and then there's this world, and in this world we need to build our trains a little bit taller than we would IRL, you know. And we need to make sure we slow down. You know, once you learn parts of the track, you need to learn where you slow down. That's like in Derail Valley. I know there are certain parts of the track where I have to slow down. So let's put on damage. You know, there are going to be spots in the track where you know are unnaturally, unreasonably, unrealistically change grade quickly. You got to slow down, you know, and if it's going to still hit, you know that the section of track's there. Instead of getting all frustrated, quickly click player vehicle damage off for that section of track and turn it back on. You know, is it perfect? No, but you know, that's kind of what you have to do sometimes to have fun, you know. So that's pretty good. We're going 68 kilometers an hour. I'm happy with that. What's that? That is 42 miles an hour. So, again, to kind of put it into game perspective here, you know, these distances are ultra short. So, like, we're going here first. That is, let's see, put on vehicle damage, player damage. We'll do map vehicles, 3D waypoints. 3D waypoints. So that is 5.6 kilometers, and we're doing 67 kilometers an hour. All right. So about a tenth, you know. So 5-6 minutes, something like that, between 5 and 6 minutes to get there. So, you know, to go full speed, again, we're not a real locomotive that's going 2,500 miles across, you know, the United States to go bring containers to a container port. We're not doing that. We're going all of, like, here, the whole distance. Like, the farthest this track on this map will go from where we're currently at is 22 kilometers. So that's 30 minutes. You know, less than 30 minutes. That's about 20 minutes to get from here to across an entire continent. You know, so if I doubled my speed here to get it down to 10 minutes, you know, so you kind of start, I kind of trying to balance my vehicles so that they still have that sense of, like, we're going on a long journey. You know, if I made them too fast, it doesn't feel like we're going on a long journey. And part of the balancing with the game is, like, you know, I don't make long, quote-unquote, long journeys very often. And so especially, like, I'm not going up to the Arctic often, but I might go up there every once in a while, and it's a nice, quote-unquote, long journey. And so you have to plan for it. You have to expect it. You have to realize that, you know what, we're going to be on this long journey. I need to take the time. And then when you get up there, because it took you so long to get up the Arctic, instead of immediately coming back, you might say, okay, it took us a long time to get up there. Let's hang around here. Let's do some missions. Let's, you know, have some fun in the Arctic. Let's do all the things the Arctic has for us to do. And then we'll come back. And so treating it as a long trip. And so because it's a long trip, you want to stay there for a while, you know. And that kind of gives games a feeling of scale when you have a reason to stay somewhere for a long time. I like where the seat is, too. This gives me a good reach. Before, it was too close to the door. I couldn't walk around it. Now we're good. Slide my windows here. It is a nice spring day where I'm at, so finally we got some friggin' sun and no rain and cold and misery. Well, like, yeah, this, you know, and then we're sipping fuel again, you know, like, we're burning a little bit faster than we were before because we have all those cars in the back of us, so it's requiring us to use more power to be able to haul those cars, but, like, we're not using insane amounts of power, or insane amounts of fuel. Like, we didn't even have, we might have had full fuel in this, I can't remember, because we only filled one of our diesel tankers, so we probably have full fuel in this, but, you know, we'll keep an eye on that, see how much fuel we're actually burning. See, we're coming up, so we're coming up to the oil rig, you know, so I want these things to have a cost, you know. No, speed and trains in the U.S. are miles per hour. You know, this is based off of, this was essentially, this was part of Lend-Lease, I think, what the DE6 was based off of. It was giving the Soviet Union, you know, some of the trains, and so I forget which model it was based off in the U.S., and then they went from quads to 6 axles because they, their track infrastructure wasn't as strong, so they had to, you have to spread the weight out more. I chose kilometers per hour because this train in Derail Valley is in kilometers per hour. So it's all pretty much tried to mimic it the way it is in Derail Valley completely, you know. So it's in kilometers per hour and derail. I have to, like, I always have to convert, like, to get it, you know, my head where it's supposed to be. All right, so we're going to be heading up. I want to go up to, let's go up to Sawyer North. So that's 22 kilometers. We'll be there in, I would say, probably, let's say 20 minutes because, you know, it's not a straight shot. But we'll say probably about 20 minutes, which is reasonable. Again, some people act like 20 minutes, oh my God, my life is passing before my very eyes. You know, again, you have to have some sort of, it has to be a journey to get somewhere. So you need to say, okay, we're crossing an entire ocean and going to a whole new continent. And we're doing it in 20 minutes. That's pretty damn reasonable, you know. I think it would be too fast if it was like, oh, 15 or 10 minutes, hey, we're there. You know, so, like, I don't even want this thing screaming. I want this to be going a reasonable speed. So, and I want to burn some fuel. Like, you know, one of the reasons I'm like happy with a good fuel burn like this is this needs to cost me some money, or else what am I making money for? Like, a lot of people are just printing money and then they get bored because they have no incentive to do anything. And part of the incentive for me to have the money that I have, I've got around 500 grand, is so that I can afford to do some of this stuff. You know, like a big part of what I'm doing here is I'm moving jet fuel and diesel up here. What I'm going to do is put them in this North Harbor base. And again, this is how I can enjoy a career, and a lot of people get so friggin' bored, is you have some plans. Make a story. Make some story for yourself. Like for me, if I want to move jet fuel, I've been moving it with planes to start, which is nice and fast, but you can't move huge quantities, so you fly up here and sell it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come up here, we're going to deposit diesel and jet fuel. We're going to leave some diesel here. Probably put it all here for now, actually. And then what we can do is we can take a boat from here, from North Harbor, and we can go over here and sell it. And so, like, a lot of people get hung up on the quote-unquote long distances because they, you know, so, like, and then they get annoyed with their boats because, like, oh, it'd take me forever to go from here to here. And that's fine. If you don't want to do that, use a faster method like a train, move your fuel here, and then you can still get to enjoy a boat trip, but it's shorter, and you don't have to deal with the time sink of it as much. So do that, you know, move your fuel by a train, and then put it on a, boat, you know. All the brakes off, brakes are off. Let me get rid of this fog. I'm already overriding weather anyways. Let's shut the override time and weather off, actually. Let's see if I can get a picture here of... There we go. You know, so coming up with your own stories, I think, helps this, you know, and that's the whole thing with the sandbox, is it's kind of like, again, it's supposed to be a box full of sand and cat shit, and you make the adventures. You come up with the things you want, and I understand people's criticism that, like, you know, the game doesn't hold your hand and tell you what to do next, and for some of us, I don't want the game to hold my hand. I cannot stand story games because I don't want to be that character. I don't want to do what you want me to do. I want to do what I want to do, and so for some people, their favorite things are story games where they're another character and they're led by the hand here and there. I don't like that personally. I would rather come up with my own adventures, and I understand that criticism some people have, but it's like, just like try to make some of your own stories. Try to come up with some of your own goals. Hell, write them down, make some notes. And I think you'll find that, you know, if you have some short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, you now are able to have some achievements, and you have a sense of satisfaction and achievement when you do it. And it's the same thing in life. It's like, you know, you have, like, for example, you know, you might have a long-term goal to buy a house, and so you work really hard at work. You you know, you might go back to school and get a better job, so you know, another degree, so you can get a better job to then afford that dream house you want, you know. And so, you know, you had that goal, and then because it gave you a reason to do all that hard work. And then it gave you a sense of satisfaction that you did all this hard work and you were able to achieve your goal of getting that house, you know. And it's like, that's why I worked so hard at work, you know, was to have the things I want, to, you know. And so it gives you that sense of satisfaction when you just magic up, for example, like people will play custom only and magic up money. Well, there's no sense of accomplishment. Of course you got your house because you just pressed a button and now you had all the money for your dream house. There's no sense of accomplishment there. But if you went, you know, you start off slow and you did some rescue missions, and then you go ahead and you start moving fuel, and you start selling that fuel, and then, you know, you buy some more bases so that you can more easily do rescues and move fuel, and you start to get that sense of accomplishment that you're actually working for your money in game. I think you'll find that you get a better sense of satisfaction. You know, it's taking the easy route all the time. It has very little sense of satisfaction. It's why, like, I don't understand, like, people cheating in games like Escape from Tarkov. It's like, if you go and you kill a 5-man and you're not cheating and you're by yourself and you killed a 5-man, there's a huge sense of satisfaction because you just bested 5 players, you know, because of your skills. When you cheat, you know, there's no skill there, right? You did the easy way around it, and of course you beat 5 players because they're playing legitimately and you're cheating, you know. And so it's like, I don't understand that sense of satisfaction. You know, taking the easy route rarely has a good sense of satisfaction. How's it going there, Sergeant? Good to see you. Yeah, be good to get multiplayer up. I wanted to get the trains kind of settled a little bit more. Like, yesterday was frustrating. Like, you know, I was talking, I didn't sleep very much, and then I had to take a nap right before stream, and I was, like, still feeling exhausted. And so it was kind of frustrating getting these trains working. They were easy things, but, like, couldn't get my brain to work. And I'd like to have all the builds kind of put together and ready, and then we can do a nice multiplayer. I'm probably... Let me look at the calendar. I'm really trying to streamline this build challenge because that's got to be done Saturday. Yeah, it's got to be done Saturday, so I should be able to hopefully knock this one out. This one, I'm starting to try to design these build challenges to be a little bit quicker for me to put together. I can't spend all day on these anymore, and I really don't want to do what a lot of people have done, which is, you know, artificially keep the numbers low by having, like, the community vote for which one they would like me to review. I'm not a huge fan of that because, for example, you get in a position where, like, for example, if somebody puts a flashy picture up on their workshop, this community might say, "Oh, that's cool," and they vote for that. And then some of the newer players never get voted for because, one, they're not known in the community. Two, they tend to not make very good workshop pages because they're just not, you know, skilled at it yet. Their builds don't necessarily look very good. They don't know how to take good pictures yet. And so it's kind of sucks when nobody will vote for their stuff. So you end up getting the same people who the community votes for all the time. And as much as a way to get the numbers down, I don't think it's the best way. That's why I haven't done it before. And then there are also ways to get around that too. So for example, like I used to be able to get into the Jersey video for all the ones I participated in because I kind of knew the formula. Like you had to have a good looking workshop page so that the people would pick yours. You had to have a good thumbnail because a lot of people, they don't ever look at your workshop page, let alone download the build and try it out. They just look at the picture. And so if you had a good picture, you could get voted in even if your build was absolutely disastrous and barely worked. If you had a good picture. So like that really is kind of, I don't think it's the best way to do it. So I'd rather test out all the builds. Like even if I had to make it so it took me a week to get the video out and I split it up into 3 or 4 videos, I think it would be better than doing that. You know, and then community favorite is again, it's one specific thing. It's that one thing that the community's picking their favorite. So, you know, it's fine. I don't mind if you win on that. You know, it can be a build that barely works that the community liked. That's fine. That's just the community's opinion. They get to pick which one they want, and I get to pick which one's my favorite. And then I get to, you know, often the one that's the point winner is close to the favorite anyways because I'm subjective. I'm picking which one the points are, and then, you know, sometimes they're completely like last challenge. You know, I've yet to get to it yet, but I still have to fly some of those. But, you know, the last challenge, you know, it was the one that I felt like embodied the challenge the most. It flew, like, one of the things that really sold me on my favorite in the last one was that I was able to get it to a really, really slow speed. And because I could get it to a really, really slow speed, it felt more like an ultralight to me. I could feel like I could land it anywhere on the map. And that's what I really wanted with this was I wanted a tiny little airplane that you could land anywhere. And I think I could get it down to like 60 knots. And because I could get it down to 60 knots, I really felt like I could land anywhere and not have to worry about, oh my God, here I'm coming in 120 knots, I'm going to crash into something. And so I could land it on a road and I could rescue somebody. Or I could, you know, transport myself from base to base. And I didn't have to go from airport to airport. I could go land at, you know, the northern outpost in it, you know. And so that's kind of, you know, and so I value different things than other people. That's why I have so many winners in mine. I'm looking at CG's train. I'll bring it up so you guys can see. We're kind of on a relaxing journey. The other thing, too, is a lot of people can't relax and just, like, sit back and enjoy a game, which is fine. Like, I like my engaging games, too, but it's like I like these little train journeys and kind of sit back and relax. That's good. I like CG's train. There you go. Picture loading. How are you finding this coupler? Is that having any problems being wiggle woggle with these suspensions, or is it behaving itself? I need to do some more detailing on my trucks. I haven't even bothered doing it. There's a Rasmus train. That's cool. I like the streamline units. There's somebody who turned on the damn tsunamis. Little buggy there. I try not to like talk about or like updo people's builds in the challenge because you know, as the person grading them, I don't want to like, you know, somebody to feel like, oh, he upvoted that one, he didn't upvote mine. Well, I might just not see it, but it's, you know, it's gonna get reviewed. So I try not to updo anybody or even talk about the builds until the challenge itself. Got some good builds here. Yeah, just be careful, you know, Jadrin. It has to be a production vehicle. Must be a real vehicle actually produced and sold. No fictional or concepts. Keep an eye on that. Again, this is concept. It's not released yet. Concept, not released yet. I don't know about this Iveco. That was produced and released, I believe. That was probably produced and released. Produced and released. They released those Tatras. What's that? A Ford. They were produced and released those. So keep an eye on that. That's part of the rule set there. So. Oh, Shiza. Gonna bring up Discord again. It was fun. Did a stream with of Tarkov last night. A Volvo, an American Volvo. What that? Oh, that's U.S. Army. That's interesting. Oh, Ford. Interesting. Looks like it has, I forget what the name of the suspension is. Walking Leaf, maybe? I think. It was Citrus putting his Tarkov stuff in the wrong channel. Oh, he's got a lion. Old Dobos. Hang on to that old Dobos. You need it for a quest, I think. He's got an alpha rig. Ugh. Sugar's big money. Sugar's 100 grand right now. Save that until the you get the flea market. Sell that shit for 100 grand. But some good builds there on the old Discord. Read some chat. Good to see you, Sergeant. How have you been? Yeah, that's the thing. Like Exor's talking about, I never understood cheating. A victory without merit, literally ridiculous and incomprehensible. Exactly. Like, you know, no cheating in a video game is acceptable. Like, it's, first of all, it's not cheating if you're by yourself. Like, for example, me teleporting around, that's not cheating. It's not taking advantage of somebody else. The problem that people have with cheating is it's taking advantage of somebody else. You know, I do find it rewarding. Like, for example, I took the pathway from the hangar to the other hangar. Like, that's fun sometimes. But when I forget a torch and I'd have to unload the whole build, it's pretty silly to take the pathway all the way back. It's better just to teleport, you know. But, like, when you're in a multiplayer game, there's supposed to be one set of rules for everybody. And the reason why the cheating's gross is you're supposed to have one set of rules, and you have 5 people who are human beings and have all of the restrictions afforded to human beings. And you have one person who is a frickin' god and can do anything. Can fly, has infinite health, doesn't have to aim. And so it's essentially, it's taking away all the things that should give you a level of satisfaction. For example, like if you look at some of my raids in Tarkov, most of my kills are always headshots. And it's taken a lot of hours to be able to get headshots consistently, constantly. Most of my kills are headshots. And the reason why is because I spend the time and I get good. Now, if I used an aimbot and the aimbot always aimed at your head, of course all my shots would be headshots. And there would be no sense of satisfaction because I didn't expend any time to learn and get good at anything. I just bought something off the internet and I was able to instantly get headshots every time. And so on one part, you get a lot of satisfaction because it's been years of work to be able to get good at something. And the other one is you paid whatever it was to some scumbag to then be able to get it without any sort of sacrifice, you know? Is it cheating when a game offers a broken mechanic that's limited additional life? Like, what do you mean? Like, give me a more give me a more concrete example. Like, for example, Tarkov's doing some microtransactions now, which I would not consider cheating or bad microtransactions. For example, buying more stash space. Like, that's not something I'm interested in doing. I'm not going to buy more stash space. Well, to a certain extent, I did when I got EOD. Now, you know, back when the game was early in development, you could... Oh, Jesus, that's gross. Back when the game was in early development, you could pay more money and you'd get some benefits, right? So you were helping to support the game and you'd get benefits. Do I think that is, like, cheating or anything like that? Not really. No, I would say not really, no. Is, you know, you're paying for things that are not giving you an advantage in the match. So you're not doing stuff that is, like, for example, like if you paid to have an aimbot, yes, that's giving you an advantage in the match. I think a cheaty microtransaction is, let's say you're in Call of Duty and you pay $5 for a loot crate to drop at your feet and give you the best guns. That is putting other people at a disadvantage because of you're spending the money at that moment. And so in the particular match, for example, let's say in Escape from Tarkov, once you're dead, you're dead. Let's say a pop-up would say up, hey, for $5, you can respawn now. If you had that, yes, that would be a bad microtransaction. That would be cheating because it's directly influencing that match, putting other players at a disadvantage. For example, some microtransactions Tarkov added recently, which some people are pissy about, but I don't think are a big deal, are like, one, you can buy more stash space. So... for example, like say you want to spend, I forget how much money it is, but let's say you want to spend $20 to have more stash space. That is not in the match. It's not negatively affecting other players in the match, and so I don't think that's a problem. I think that's fine. What that's doing is it's cutting down the tedium. So say, for example, let's say you have a lot of time, right? You have a lot of time. You can play Tarkov and you can grind and you can get more stash space. And so one thing that the devs of Tarkov are doing right, I think, with microtransactions is, for example, if you want more stash space, you can either A, buy it, or B, you can work for it in-game. And by giving you that option to work for it in-game, I think that is the big change there. And so you can go and you can grind, you can do missions in-game, and you get more stash space. So for me, personally, I get more satisfaction out of doing the missions to get the stash space. And so for me, I would do that. Now, imagine me before when I worked 3,000 hours a year. When I worked 3,000 hours a year, I had no time. So I didn't have any time, but I had money. So because I had money, because I spent all my time working, it would be absolutely tedious of me to play a game where I had to spend, like, let's say I only had 2 hours to play a week, and I have to spend an hour and a half of that cleaning my stash. Well, now there's no point in me even playing the game. And so what you could use in that situation is, I have money, I don't have time, so what I'll do is I will trade that money so that I can actually play the game by making it so that my stash space is a little bit bigger, so I only have 2 hours to play a week, and instead of cleaning my stash for an hour, I don't have to, and now I can play for 2 hours. Where the person who actually went out and grinded that stash space, they might be able to play 40 hours a week, and so because of that, they don't need to buy it, you know. The other thing that they're doing for microtransactions in Tarkov, which I'm perfectly fine with, is cosmetic items. So say, for example, like I can go to Ragman and I can buy a certain outfit for my PMC. So I like to snipe. I spend a lot of time laying on the green grass around green bushes sniping. And so what I did was I went in and I used in-game money that I've earned in the game to buy an outfit that is very green and make my character look how I want my character to look. And so I used in-game money for that. What they're going to do is they're going to make it so that you can also buy those with real money. Now, you got some people, they want to look a certain way. They're going to be willing to pay the money. It's kind of like a Sims Barbie doll type of thing, like, oh, I want my guy to look like this. And so they might pay $5. Now, as much as you could say, oh, that sucks, I worked for mine, they didn't work for theirs, you know, we go back to the topic of you have to worry about if the game only has 1,000 people willing to play the game, right, and all 1,000 of those people buy the game will now die, because if there's no new revenue, right, salaries still need to get paid, yet there's no new revenue, the game dies. And that's why I'm all for, like, DLCs and Stormworks is, you know, the game has a small audience. Eventually, all that audience buys the game that are going to buy it, and then you run into a problem where, you know, you can no longer continue to support the game, and so you need new source of revenue. Well, now you need to go back to your old players who've already bought the game and ask them for more money. And so you can either put your hand out and ask for charity, or you can say, here's a new product you guys might like. If you want to buy our product, it will help support us and keep the game alive. Buy our product. You know, and I think that's a better way to do it. And that's why, like, DLC doesn't bother me, man. Like, there are predatory DLCs that purposely split the user base up, like in Battlefield. Like, for example, like, I used to play Battlefield, and some of the best, you know, you would have servers that would have every map. Well, if you didn't buy every DLC, eventually what would happen is you would get to a map that you didn't have the DLC for, and you get booted off the server, and you have to find a new server. And that used to suck, and that would split the community up. And, it was, you know, you'd want to play with a friend, and you go, oh, let's go to Caspian Border. Oh, shit, I don't have that DLC. Okay, now you can't play with your friend because they don't have Caspian Border. You could say that to a certain extent with this, where, like, for example, like multiplayer, some guys don't have Space DLC, so if I had some parts from Space DLC, they can't make it work. Or they'll say, hey, let's do multiplayer to the moon. But, you know, if it was multiplayer directly to the moon, I don't think it's a big deal, because they say, hey, you know, sorry guys, you don't have that DLC, we're going to the moon. You kind of need that to go to the moon. But I think the devs did a reasonable job with, for example, like if we were going to have a war battle, right, you need the war DLC. But if we're just going to be driving around and I have a couple parts from the weapons DLC, you can still use my vehicle, you just can't shoot guns, you know. Like, for example, I have battle cannons all over a lot of my vehicles for weight. Nobody's going to have a problem with that because the battle cannons are not shooting, you know. So I think they do a pretty good job with that. Let's read some chat. Yep, yeah, it's the unfair advantage point. So, like, I think that's a good point from X-Horus. There is, how's it going there, Zito? Good to see you. Oh, thanks, there, Zito. The big thing is it's putting you at an unfair advantage. So you have to ask this with each part of, like, a microtransaction too. Is like, does it put you at an unfair advantage for me to be able to buy an outfit? No. Especially if you can earn it in game, I think. And so, for example, like using the Tarkov example of clothing, right? I could spend $2 million rubles in game to buy an outfit from Ragman, or I could spend $5 IRL, and now I have the outfit. And so, is that putting at me at an unfair advantage because I spent the money? No. You know, it's something that's already in the game, that's already able to be done. Like, even Star Citizen, which I'm kind of pissy about, especially at the moment. You know, people say it's pay to win. There's a difference between pay to win and pay to get ahead. I think they are a different thing. Like, I think pay to win, there are games that are 100% pay to win, where, for example, I use the example of, like, Call of Duty, where you know, you can pay $5 IRL, or like coins or whatever the currency is, to have a loot box drop at your feet now in the match that gives you a gun, right? And that puts you at a that is exploiting mechanics in the game, which now, because you're spending money real time, you're able to get an actual tactical advantage right now because of that expenditure now. And that's absolutely a problem, you know. But to pre-buy a ship that anybody could theoretically earn, yeah, the ship might have more guns and everything else on it, but it's not like, for example, this would be, I think, a more cheaty, disgusting microtransaction in Star Citizen. Let's say that you're getting attacked by 5 people in ships, right? And a pop-up message comes up and say, hey, pay $100 IRL money now, and we will send in 28 ships to help you fight. That would be a game-breaking, cheaty microtransaction, because what you're doing is now you're putting those other players at a huge disadvantage, because you're able to instantly, with your money, ruin their day, their gaming experience, because you paid that extra money. And that's where I think the difference is. You know, if you have to like, if you bought 20 ships and you recruited 20 friends and your 20 friends are flying with you, and those 5 guys attack 20 friends, well, that's their choice. They saw 20 planes there, they attacked 20 planes, they get their ass whooped. Everybody brought these planes with them from the beginning. There's no instantaneous, like, we just, you know, snatch that, you know, victory away from you by having that microtransaction. So there is some nuance there, you know. Yeah, it's definitely the unfair disadvantage, and it's putting people in a multiplayer environment at a disadvantage, I think, is not cool. Yeah, like Citrus talking about using V is getting called a cheater for using guns that are in the game. You know, using a mechanic that is known in the game that somebody else could also use is not cheating, of course. You know, and for example, they had servers where certain guns were banned because they were OP. And so, like, you might have a server that, for example, they had, like, I think Battlefield did it, had knives-only servers, or pistols and knives-only servers. And so you could only use a pistol or a knife, and that was it. But no other player could use something else, so nobody was at an unfair advantage. You know, now if somebody put in a cheat that let them bring in a machine gun, then that would be cheating because you're going around the rules to put everybody else at an unfair disadvantage. You know, if everybody could say, hey, I'm going to do my loadout, I'm going to get a machine gun, then nobody would be cheating, you know. No, it's still deeply in development there, Raven. Why am I mad at Star Citizen again? So that, you know, I haven't been following closely enough to know every detail about it, but they're coming out with this thing, Master Modes, and I think, you know, personally, I think Chris Roberts is a charlatan. He's got a long history of being a friggin' charlatan and a scum. And so, like, one thing that annoys me with Star Citizen is, you know, they very much sold the game to PC gamers. This was going to be a simulator, and they used a lot of buzzwords, and I think there's a difference between, like, actually meaning for something to be the way, and it just ends up not being that way, or it becomes impossible, and you had honest intentions of making it a certain way, and it just wasn't possible. And there's another thing of, like, coyly, like, saying things you know are, like, contradictory, and I think that's what they did in a lot of things. Like, they sold the game to the simulator community. They sold it to the Elite Dangerous community. They sold it to the EVE Online community. They sold it to people who like simulator games like Microsoft Flight Sim, Train Sim, stuff like that. And they sold it with the notion that you were going to have these complex ships that were going to take minutes to start up, kind of like this locomotive takes me to start up in game. And the reason I like that is it gives you a sense of professionalism. You learn the craft. You become good at that one craft. You could spend your entire game career in that game getting really, really good at that one craft. And what they did was they've made the game super, super thin, and, like, literally you can walk in your ship and you can press a button that goes flight ready. And so by pressing one button, your ship is all set to go. And so one of the reasons I hate that is, like, if I came in here and, like, you see how long it takes me to get this started up? That's on purpose. It's because I need to be an expert at this particular craft. I need to know how this particular craft operates. I need to be able to start it up. There's a sense of satisfaction with that. There's a reason why, like, on my pilot's license, it has the type ratings that I'm allowed to fly, because each airplane is complex enough that I'm only rated to fly that one airplane at a time, you know. And so I have a type rating on that plane. And if I was going to switch to another airplane, I need a different type rating to be able to fly that. And it gives you a sense of satisfaction that you're an expert on. There are pilots who are an expert on a 737. That's all they fly, 737. There are pilots who are an expert on a 787. That's all they fly. You know, there's pilots that are an expert on actual working planes like Airbuses that like a A320, and that's all they fly. And that was what a lot of us had hoped, and what, you know, there's a difference between us hyping things up in our head and the developers, frankly, lying to us in a lot of situations in that game where they They had no intention of making it that way. There's a difference between having a legitimate intention to do that and not. And so, like, the sim shit has gone out the window pretty much in Star Citizen. They sold a lot of us sim players, the old players, the players who've been here for a while. They sold us on this game thinking that we were going to be experts in our craft. They even said that, we were going to get in our craft. It was going to take minutes to start the craft up. You were going to need engineers. You're going to need to actually be able to, like, go into engineering and turn on some breakers and turn on some pieces of equipment, then go to the cockpit and start systems up, and then take off. And the benefit of that is when you go and land, certain systems you're going to leave running, just like with Tethies, right? When I do a rescue, I don't shut Tethies all the way down. I leave certain systems on, and it burns fuel. So when I stop Tethies to do a rescue, I'm burning fuel sitting there. So I'm using up money sitting there because it would take me too long to shut the whole ship down. So there's no point in shutting the whole ship down. But the benefit of that is when I'm ready to go, I just go, right? And so that was what a lot of us got sold on with Star Citizen. And they've made it more and more casual where it's up, jump in, cockpit, press button, go, see ya. And they're taking away some of that expertise. And some of it is just necessity. The game has gotten too big, I think, for its own good. And because of that, they wanted the game to be attractive to players who have no interest in that. And they want to make the game so that somebody who sucks at flying can still jump in any aircraft or in any spaceship and fly. And so I get that, but it's not the game they sold me initially. And so that annoys me. And then they went into master modes, and a lot of people are speculating, which I tend to agree with, is that they're doing it so that they can consoleize it, so they can launch on, I think they were saying, a Sony console, so probably a PlayStation at some point. So they want to make the game so that it was supposed to be like have 400 keybinds, and it's keyboard and mouse and joystick and really a complex simulator game. And they're going to try to make it so you can play with a controller, And then they're doing something that I loathe to no end, is they're doing scope glint. So if you have a sniper rifle, it's going to be like you have a flashlight on. So like in Battlefield, if you could spend 4 hours finding the perfect sniper roost, sitting there camping at a space station, and you could, like, that's how you chose to spend your time. And some dude who's not paying attention could come in there and he sees a little glint, looks like a flashlight's on up on that hill, and he jumps in his ship and he wipes you out. And so I don't like that. I much prefer the Tarkov thing where it's like there's no scope glint. So they went that way, which is gross. Like, they've been working for the last decade on a flight mechanic to make the flying feel good, and I still think it's miserable and silly, and everything feels like it's a tiny little sports car. Like, even the big ships, they move, they're too maneuverable. You can have them floating vertical right above a planet. It's pretty silly. And they're doing this master modes shit, which is further, like, simplifying flight modes, further making it less of a simulator, more of an arcadey ship pile as far as I'm concerned. And so that's why I'm kind of pissy with the way Star Citizen is going, is like they're making it less and less simulator and more arcade. And, they sold a lot of us on this game that, hey, we're going to be the ones that actually make a simulator, and nope, it's this arcade piece of piss. And that's what annoys me with it most is, it's they completely changed some of those things. Like there are games where you have an open period where you don't pay any money, or you pay a small amount of money, and you get to test it out in early access. This game, they have the balls to ask people for like thousands of dollars for ships, and then they spend 5 years putting it on the back shelf and they never touch it. And so they have your money and your product, and they'll be like, oh, it'll be out next year. 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 Oh, stop asking us about dates. Why are you asking us about dates? Because somebody bought a product. They want to know when they're going to be able to play with that product. And that's what annoys me the most with them, too, is it's like they'll like literally, if you ask for dates in their forum, they'll boot you for it. It's like literally you're asking for something perfectly reasonable. I bought a product. I literally bought a game that I can't ask when it's going to be ready, and that's pretty shitty as far as I'm concerned. I should be able to ask when the game's going to be ready, And they said the game was going to be out in 2016, And I understand delays, but they said it was going to be out in 2016, then 2017, then 2018. And then they said, oh, we don't do when dates anymore. It's like, dude, you know, you guys have been stringing us along all this time. You know, eventually we would like to have a game we could play, you know. And that's one reason why I get pissy with that game is it's like we've already paid a lot of money for it. Like the ship that I had been waiting for was supposed to be out. They sold me on it in 2018. It was supposed to be out. Is it pumping in? There we go. The game was supposed to be out in not the game. The ship was supposed to be out in 2018. It came out last year. So it's 5 years late. And they announced it, 2014. So it's essentially the ship is 10 years late. Remember, the game was supposed to come out in 2016. And so they announced this ship that I've been wanting like 2014, 2015. And it came out in 2024. And it's still like barely working, you know. So it's just, it's kind of gross, you know. And I think they're just more consoleizing the game. Like, they care less and less about the old players and more about the new players, which I get that's new revenue. But it's just like, and they have the money for it. It's like, it's one thing if a dev is a small dev team and no money. That's one reason why I give Stormworks a bunch of leeway is small dev team with not a lot of resources. Like, they've got like $2 million in the bank. They've got 4 employees at Stormworks. Like, you can read their financial disclosures. Star Citizen, you know, has raised like almost $1 billion, has like over 1,000 people working on it. They keep building elaborate offices that are like uber decorated, and then they say, oh, we're not working on Star Citizen, the game that brings in the money. We're working on the single player game, which yes, people paid for, but they paid $40 for, where people who paid hundreds of dollars, you know, don't ask us when. We're working. The other thing's a priority. So it's just kind of a whole gross operation as far as I'm concerned. And I have no confidence in them as a team not to be scummy. You know, Chris Roberts has a history of like he had a game that Microsoft had to take away from him and finish because he was doing this shit. And so it's like there's no real you know, I have no real confidence in him. If I put it on this track, I could have despawned it, but I would have had to switch back then. So we'll just leave this plugged in for now. So that's why I get pissy with Star Citizen. Is it's just, you know, it's a lot of like, I would, you know, there are some devs that like, they legitimately say, hey, we want to put this in the game. They think it's going to come in the game, and it just like, it ends up they're not able to do it. And that's perfectly understandable. It sucks, but it's understandable. And there are other games where they straight up, I feel like they lie right to your face. They know that's not going to be that way. And, you know, they say contradictory things like, you know, oh, it's going to be the most in-depth simulator game, you know, and then they make a bunch of arcadey shit to it that's like, you know, not anywhere near simulator, you know. You know, like Chris Roberts lied to everybody's face. He knew in 2016 that the game was not coming out. And he told people, yep, still coming out in 2016. I think it was like in October. And he said, yep, in October. Game's still coming out in 2016. And then they had sales where they sold people copies of the game and ships and everything else. And so people bought a lot of shit because they said, oh, it's coming out in a couple months. People bought. And then as soon as the sales were over, they said, oh, guys, we could never have imagined this. The game's not coming out in 2016. But next year. And then did it come out next year? No. Did it come out the year after that? No. Did it come out 10 years after that? No. You know. So that's kind of why I get pissy with that. Yeah, it's taken too long to fill them here. You can do it. It takes too long. Like, what I'm going to probably do is despawn it. But, you know, like, I don't mind setting this up if I'm selling. But when I'm transferring it from bases, I don't want to wait. So, like, if I'm selling, I don't mind leaving the train there, but let's go ahead and we need to find the track architecture here. Right here. Okay, so we want to go... Let's go over here. I meant to go on the track where I could despawn this. you know, it's funny, like, you know, I get people who are like a little bit pissy with like the Stormworks devs that they, you know, people say, oh, I got booted from the official. Most of it is the what do you call it, the auto mod. It's Discord's auto mod. You know, if you put something in the wrong category, for example, you'll see people like literally you're not supposed to put any text in the vehicle showcase. It's supposed to be only pictures, because you can imagine you have one picture, you have 28 people asking, is that on the workshop? Is that on the workshop? Well, the whole point is it's supposed to be a vehicle showcase, showcasing vehicles. And so you would end up getting it filled with people just asking questions. And so it makes sense, you know, have a vehicle discussion section too, which they do. And so if you try to put a voice chat without a picture, it will automatically delete it. It's not the dev sitting there, delete, delete, delete. It's the auto mod. It's set up that if it doesn't have a link to a picture, it deletes it. And if you do it too many times, if you do it too quickly in a row, it will ban you. And so that, like, people will think that's super harsh from them. Mostly, I would say it's the auto mod doing that. But then, like on Star Citizen, if you go into the official forum and you they call it FUD, fear, uncertainty, or doubt. If you have any fear, uncertainty, or doubt the project is not going along perfectly, they'll boot your ass. It says it right there, is you can't spread any uncertainty. Now listen, that's perfectly within their rights. That's absolutely within their rights. Some people think that's, you know, abridging your rights. It's not. It's a private forum. They can set whatever rule they want. You know, on Thursdays you got to wear a yellow hat. You know, but you can still think it's shitty. You know. So, like, if you don't, like, sing the praises, they'll just, oh, I had brakes on. They'll just boot you from that, which, again, they can do it. It's within their rights. But, you know, it's like, now imagine that rule was on Stormworks and how pissed off people would be if anytime you have any sort of fear, uncertainty, or doubt that things are going to be perfect, they just boot you. You know, that's a completely, I'd say, on a different level of scummy. You know, I've given some of the devs of Star Citizen some credit on some of it. Like when they say, yeah, we're terrible with dates, I give them a lot of credit, because takes some balls to admit that you're terrible with dates. You know, I think it's scummy that they don't answer any when questions. Again, that's the biggest question for that game, is when. The game was supposed to come out in 2016. It is now 2024, and you've said you've pretty much, like, you're not working on Star Citizen, you're working on Squadron 42. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, when the hell is this game coming out? You know, and they don't want to answer that question. It's like the elephant in the room, right? The house is on fire, and you want to talk about everything but the house being on fire. It's like, no, I don't care about anything else. I care about the house being on fire, dude. Answer when you're gonna put the fire out in the house. You know, I don't care about, like, how the petunias look today. I care about the fire in the house. You know. Let's save this real quick, and then I'll do it. But that's why I'm ranty about Star Citizen. You know, it's a playable game, but like so many of the mechanics that were integral to the people that they sold it to. For example, like me, I want to be a space trucker, essentially. Ah, shit. Okay, no, I got it. Okay, it didn't show for a second there. All right, we're all filled up here. So again, if you don't want to spend the time emptying it, just despawn it in the base. Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely doable. Let's save it again. You know, one reason why, like, I've been actually kind of wanting to fly around in my favorite ship and Star Citizen, but like I made a couple tutorial videos that actually are doing quite well. Like, if I wanted to make more money doing YouTube, I could go play Star Citizen and probably make a lot more money. You know, but I wouldn't enjoy it. It's not my job, it's my hobby. You know, because like I look at my videos, like I put up 2 shorts for a Star Citizen, and they got an absolute shitload of views. You know, but I wouldn't enjoy it, you know, and that's part of the issue is but I would love to, like, it would be cool to do some videos on it, but they screwed up space trucking so bad. Let me get, so it's such a I'll play the video. You guys can see how convoluted it is. See. All right, here's the cargo tutorial. So remember, this is the ship that they didn't, like, listen, I don't like the word promise. Like, again, you got a business that's telling you it's coming out. They're doing the, generally even if they're lying to you, they're trying to get they're trying to get it out. It's in their best interest to get it out. It makes them more money to get it out. Let's get the audio fixed here real quick. Let me try to get it actually Chrome captured properly. But like, so this ship, they were telling us, yep, it's coming out soon, quote unquote soon. And it came out 5 years later. Yeah, 5 years later. So it's coming out soon. It's all done 5 years later. So what did I do? I went and I bought that ship. And they do some scummy business practices where they keep raising the prices of things. So it causes this FOMO where, oh, if I don't buy it now, it's going to go up in price. So it's better if I buy it now. And, oh, it's coming out real soon. I might as well buy it now because the price is going to go up. And then you buy it, and then 5 years later, they act like you're some sort of jerk to ask, like, hey, you know that thing I spent, $200 on? When's that coming? Oh, no, we don't answer when questions. That's scummy. Like, if they said, hey, guys, sorry, we really thought it was going to come out in 2018. We apologize for that. There are a bunch of things that weren't working. We really thought 100% that they were going to work. We just couldn't get them to work, and we had to put it in the back burner. We realized we need to do these 10 other things. Hey, if you guys want a refund, we'll issue refunds for that ship, and you can buy it when it's closer to release. That's what they should have done. Instead, they were like, nope, we got your money, fuck you. So, here, let's play. And so this came out, again, I think this was 2023. This finally came out. This is my favorite ship. And, like, I talk about how bad the logistics are in Industrial Frontier. This is abysmal. This is going to be the Hull C cargo tutorial. Let me know if you guys need the volume up. This is best practices. I've been playing with the Hull C for a couple days here, testing different methods. The game is very buggy, as we all know. We're going to have issues. I like to close my door because if that door is left open, somebody theoretically could steal our ship, so we don't want that. So I'm going to shut the door, and we're going to begin running an elevator simulator 2023. So this is not a great system. Hopefully this is a very short-lived placeholder, soon TM. We're going to go to the first of our many elevators for our travels here, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to the lobby. Volume's good? Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to scream in your ears. All right, elevator ride number 1 complete. All right, next thing. This is best practice that I've found. Go here. You don't have to do this, but I recommend it. Go down and store the Hull C. The reason I'm doing this is, see, we get the receive, we know it's stored. The reason I'm doing this is the elevator rodeo is going to take us so much time that dude, he loves to store our ship. So he will try to store it as soon as we're ready to undock. So by storing it ourselves, it's going to buy us more time. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go to the Galleria, not Cargo Center where you might think, the Galleria on elevator number 2. All right, now we're going to go back up here to the admin office at the Galleria. All right, so we're going to be buying cargo on this run. So we're going to open up, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the terminal. Select my Hull C. All right, from here, Everest, buy some iron. We're going to buy all of it. And I'm going to do buy, confirm. All right, the iron is bought. If we look here, it says pick up from cargo deck required. Attention, contact cargo services and bring the ship to cargo deck to complete this transaction. All right. So then we're going to run back and do the elevator rodeo again for elevator ride number 3. We're going to go to Habs. Hangar and Habs. Why this elevator doesn't go all the way where we need to go? Oops. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to head back and we're going to recall our ship. Now, if we didn't do it, the reason why I said store the ship is if we don't store the ship, it's going to eventually run out of time, and just about the time we're ready to leave, he's going to try to store our ship. So we'll go to Hull C, retrieve. It's either going to be docking port 1 or 2. Docking port 1 is where ours ended up. We're going to go to docking port 1. All right. So this buys a little more time. If we didn't do this, we would theoretically have an issue where he tries to store the ship as soon as it's ready. So All right, so we've already ordered our cargo. We need to pick it up. Now, you can deposit cargo and order it and pull it at the same time. I've done that where, say, for example, you have 10 SU of something on and you're ordering 10 SU, you can do both in the same time. All right, close that door again to prevent people from getting on, nasty pirates and whatnot. Go through the 3 redundant hallways here, and we'll jump at our seat. This is where the system breaks down here. Fresh server does help. Comms is going to be a nightmare here sometimes. So we're going to go down to comms, and I want to click. We'll let her go through her whole thing first. All right, we want to click Everest Harbor Cargo.
You are clear to launch.
Clear to launch. Okay, it worked this time. We'll let him launch us. All right. And we'll start to strafe to starboard. All right, I'm going to spin around. I'm just going to yaw us around. Again, you want to go very slowly with the Hull C. It has a lot of momentum, a lot of mass.
Thank you. And please visit again.
All right, we're expecting to go to cargo transfer. As you see, it just popped up our message, cargo transfer requested. So let's start heading forward. As you can see, we get a big, beautiful, non-immersion breaking green box.
I hate green
instead
boxes.
of just a nice docking collar at cargo. Shade, shade, and salt.
I hate it when they do these big immersion break. Like this game's
So we're
supposed
gonna
to
head
be
over there
all
again.
about
You don't want to
immersion.
get going too fast around.
They do these big green
obstacles with
boxes.
this.
It's like,
so
dude,
I'm doing
just
about 220.
let me dock. Stop putting green boxes.
Using
everywhere.
my speed limiter. All right, now I'm gonna aim for the center. As you can see, the chevron's pointing down. That means it wants our belly down. So that keeps our alignment correct. All right, and we start slowing down, and we're just gonna enter the box. And we will stop. All right, I'm gonna take my hands off the controls, make sure I don't move. All right, cargo is transferring. All right, just sit there and be patient. I know it's hard sometimes, but it's the best practice here for this. We'll go ahead and look. As you can see, we're loading up cargo. It will tell us cargo transfer complete. Yay, now we can just get out of here. All right, so we want to leave before this guy yells at us. All right, so as you can see, he's going to try to give us an impound right off the bat. Just get out of there. You know, it is buggy as hell. I've had a lot of issues with comms.
Thank you. And please visit again.
See you later, dude. So the best practices are this, as far as I'm concerned. Come in and dock. Go through the elevator rodeo and store your ship. That's going to give you more time, so he doesn't try to store your ship when you're trying to undock. That happened to me so many times. The second I put my ass in the seat, he tells me, "Hey, I'm storing your ship." I'm like, "Dude, I'm trying to undock right now." All right, and so when you're undocking, click on the cargo. That will both tell him to undock you, and it will also trigger the cargo loop so that it gives you the beautiful, you know, non-immersion breaking green box to go in. Go in there, just take your hands off the controls, let it sit. It's sometimes what it will say is you have to stop moving, just sit. It's going to go through its thing, and hopefully it works. It has been buggy, but I hope you guys found this helpful, and hopefully they improve it in the near future. See you later. Bye.
All right, so like some of the issues with this game is, so again, like I talked about how that ship came out 5 years late. It came out broken. It's not in a finished state. That also annoys me. But the some of the things that sucks with that is they let me just get the music going again. So like some of the things that sucks with it is they didn't actually put the real gameplay in. It's like what you should be doing is going to the cargo terminal and actually buying all your cargo there. And the way they ended up doing it was you know, the way they do it is you go to the Galleria where you buy like shirts and shit, and you buy cargo there, and you notice you have to go through that rodeo of the you have to take the elevator like 5 times. Let me put the game back up. You have to go through the rodeo 5 times to get through elevators, like 3 or 4 times. And the problem with that is if you left your ship on the dock, which is where it should be, it tries to store it. And then you have to go back on an elevator again to get your ship to come out again. And then when it came out, I would say, at least 60% of the time, it wouldn't let you undock. And so you couldn't even undock your ship. So it made it completely unusable. And so again, we waited 5 years for a craft that's unusable. And then like the cargo, half the time the cargo didn't work. And like you could literally say you had 100 grand in cash. Like I've worked months for this money. This money could be gone in an instant. And so like people will bitch about Stormworks of like, oh, they broke something and it takes forever for them to fix it. Like they're not perfect, but they're pretty good. Like it took 3 months for them to get everything pretty much ironed out, I would say, from the pressure update. But things are still playable. I was still able to play. But let's say worst case with this, like a month, you might not be able to quote unquote play really well. And so I took a break, played some other stuff. Star Citizen, like it will take, like it could be 5 years before you could play with this thing you paid $200 for. So that's why kind of put some of this stuff into perspective of like what the actual perspective is on this stuff. Because there is some perspective to this where it's like there is a whole nother level of what the fuck with Star Citizen. There really is. You know, and so I went to check there the other day. That's why I kind of got in a grouchy mood about it the other day. Was I went to check on it to see like if they've made any progress on some of this shit, and like so that's my favorite chip. That's all I really want to use is that Hull C. And they no, like there's still people still having problems. They're still having docking port problems, like basic stuff. They still can't even do it. And it's been coming on a year now, I think, since when it got released. So that's the kind of shitty shit with that one. So what are you? Komodo 3. Let's grab a couple containers. Well, we've got the Loco here. So that's why I kind of get a little grouchy with Star Citizens. It's just like they ask insane amount of money for the game. They do scummy business practices, which are like taking advantage of people. Full stop. You know, like asking $10 for a DLC once a year is not unreasonable, I think. You know, asking like, you know, literally $500 for a ship, and if you don't buy now, the ship won't be ready for 5 years, but guess what it's going to be next year? It's going to be $600. And then when it finally releases, it's going to be $800 I'm talking real dollars, in-life dollars. That's what they do constantly. And it's like that is, so to kind of like when people are trying to say like, that Stormworks is a cash grab to be asking for $10. If you want to add some features to your game, you don't need to. You can still play it, but you just can't use those features, which is reasonable. I think is pretty silly, you know. You know, like you can buy skins like to paint your, like we can paint things however we want in Stormworks. To paint something a certain way in Star Citizen, you have to pay like you might pay $15 for a skin, you know. To paint your ship, you've already paid $250 for it. That doesn't have its functionality, won't have its functionality for another 8 years, you know. That's why I think it's on a completely different level of scummy, you know. You know, it certainly doesn't excuse other people's bad behavior, but it puts it into perspective, you know. You know, that's why I think it's kind of ludicrous when people like this or that as a cash grab in this game. It's like I just don't understand that. It just doesn't scream cash grab to me at all. Is this backwards? This is backwards. I actually want to test this, see if this will run backwards. This might not run backwards. It's running backwards. Okay, good. Let me double check it. I was hoping I want to make sure the connectors are working both directions. So that's all right. This is a good test to see if this is running backwards. I can push this backwards, so. Yeah, that's why I get pissy with that game, is it's like literally they're asking like insane prices. They're doing they do artificial scarcity, which I think is a disgusting business practice where again you're selling digital goods. There's no reason to not sell it all year round, but they do it to make you feel like you're missing out if you don't get it now. Because you don't know when it's going to be on sale again. So they do shit like that where, for example, like a ship that is already built, you might have to, if you don't buy it in this holiday purchase, it's going to be more money, and you're not going to be able to purchase it until the next holiday. You know, so, you know, they do that artificial scarcity shit, I think, is a disgusting business practice. And again, it's a game that is like decades away from being what it was supposed to be and done in 2016, and then they act pissy when you're like, you show a little bit of like, that sucks, dude, you know? That's why I'm a little bit grouchy with that game. Like, that is a lot of underhanded shit, frankly. It's just full on, I would say it's underhanded shit. You know, it's a lot of really disgusting business practices they do. Let's get that music going. It's probably gonna be a little overly loud, guys. I gotta fix it. All right. All right. Let me know if that music's too loud or good. Let's see, we're at Sawyer North Container Mover. So just use the add-on. Again, bingo, and there's our guy. So this is my new favorite way to do this. I think this is a reasonable way to do it. You know, again, to bring up a little bit more realism, you go to one of these facilities, they're going to have their own vehicles. They're not, you're not going to have to bring a vehicle with you. That can be fun in game. I do it myself sometimes for just the fun of it. But, IRL, you're going to be, they're going to have all the equipment there. You're just bringing the locomotive, and the cars, or a truck and a trailer, That's Komodo, that's going. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to do the top connector so I know which one I'm grabbing. We'll do Komodo and Spy Cakes. We can buy diesel over by Komodo and Spy Cakes, so don't really need to bring it all that much. We've got the full locomotive, so if I despawn the loco there, we'll have some, and then we can always buy more. Alright, so is those two that I'm taking. Their logistics, I absolutely think they know absolutely nothing about logistics. Star Citizen is just brutal. And the other thing is I don't like a lot of their craft design. Like, it's like I hate the interior of the Hull C, which sucks. It's my favorite ship. I want it to be good, and I just hate the interior of it because it's like it has a bunch of redundant halls. A lot of it doesn't make any sense, and then they'll consistently do reworks, which is kind of nice, but it was an older ship that they abandoned for a long time, and so it's not up to the new standard. And then they're like, "Oh, we'll go back and work on it again." It's like, dude, yeah, wait 8 years for the ship, like you're gonna have to go back and redo it again. Just kind of, it's frustrating. Let's see what I have for a work light here. I can't see well in here. There we go. That helps a little bit, putting on the flashers. They had told a bunch of us, they sold us the notion, like a big thing for me, which is make or break. Like I wouldn't have bought the game if I knew they weren't going to live up to this this selling point they sold us on, was that we're going to be able to have our own single player. We'll be able to play in single player. That was something Elite Dangerous had. So for example, I don't want to go and like play with 28 like 15-year-olds who all they want to do is shoot at you and crash their ship into you and do a bunch of stupid bullshit. I want to play like it's the real world, where people are professionals who are flying their ships, and it doesn't look like a bunch of dopes like banging their craft off everything and purposely trying to crash into you. And so like you can have that in a single player environment where the AI flies like they should. And so you go into a spaceport and it feels like, yep, there's a bunch of professionals here like doing a job. And so that was a selling point, and that's something that Elite Dangerous had, where you could play solo. And Starsis said, "Oh yeah, you'll be able to play solo," and then that's pretty much been abandoned. So a big selling point for me has already been abandoned. Oh, brakes on. That's why I can't shift. So that was a big selling point that they've completely abandoned at this point, so it kind of sucks. You know, because like there's a big pirate community, and so they've kind of taken the spotlight of, you know, because the single player thing is a military pilot, and so the thing they worked on first was shoot 'em up, and so they made the game super duper shoot 'em up, which is shoot 'em, like as you can see, I play a lot of Tarkov. I like shoot 'em ups, but for me, I want to go like be a cargo pilot in this, and so like. And it's pretty much right now, it's the Wild West where you go into like a built-up area which should have plenty of security service. It'd be like going down, you know, driving your truck in New York City, and you have to worry about pirates, you know, stealing your truck. It's like, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, you go in the middle of like, I won't state countries, but like a war-torn country, in the middle of a war-torn country, yeah, you can expect pirates going to try to get you. But, like, you can make the choice, like, you know what? I don't drive in that war-torn country. I drive in New York City because there's no pirates here. And there's no pirates here because there's a police department and a military and there are laws. And, you know, you can have that in games where you have safe systems where, you know, outlaw behavior is pretty much impossible because, like, you shoot at somebody in 2 seconds, like, the space police come and absolutely destroy you. You know, and that was something that would happen in Elite where... Like, you would get chased by somebody in single player, and, like, they had piracy in Elite, but it was reasonable because, like, I didn't want to deal with the pirates. I would fight them until I could jump away, and then usually, I would fly in safe space, so I didn't have to deal with the pirates. And then the security forces would show up, and they'd start fighting the guy. Well, now, because they're fighting the guy, you can escape. And so you would just go and you would spool up your FTL and get the hell out of there. And so you could play how you wanted, and then Star Citizen now it's like they've really like kissed the dick of all the fucking pirates where it's going to be murder hobo all the time, and I'm not interested in it. It's like I'm flying around like these industrial areas which should be really super safe, and I have to worry about like piracy all the time, and it's like I don't want to be the plaything of other players. I really don't. You know, I want to play how I want to play, and I don't want to be the plaything of other people. And if I choose to go multiplayer, then that's the risk I've chosen, you know. But like, I want to just have a relaxing time where I space pirate around a bunch. Or space truck around a bunch. That's what I want, you know. And that game's pretty much dead, you know. That's why I kind of like I get grouchy about that. Is like the thing they sold a lot of us on, they like have no intention of doing anymore. All right, let's head to the spec heath. So I'm glad those cars work both directions. I wasn't sure. Now we can see what this sucker looks like fully lit up. There, it's got its 3 lights. So the bottom lights, they go into high beam mode, and the top light comes on when we go into lights 3. Like you see there, we were only able to take 2 containers that are going anywhere near where we're going. So it's like, you know, I don't want the locomotive to be able to pull that brick at 80 kilometers an hour because it's like I want to have to, like, if I have a long train, I want to have a second locomotive. Yeah, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky was interesting, but like the art style never appealed to me. I don't like cartoony bullshit. Like Stormworks, a little cartoony bullshit, but you can, like, the benefit of that is, for example, this game could be alive in 20 years and be perfectly fine because this is choosing this more cartoony aspect, not to be goofy or cartoony, but to be, I would say almost timeless. Like these, like this would look good in 20 years. Like you take a game that is supposed to look good, like look realistic, that's when it's going to look dated. And so like here. So like, let's look at the pictures of Crisis. Crisis was like the benchmark that everybody used to like do for graphics back in the day. Like That looked so good back in the day, and now it looks dated, right? And so because they were going for hyper-realism, it looks dated, right? And so if you went with a more timeless aesthetic, it's timeless. And that's like a game like this. Like this was Crysis. Like this was the best looking game at the time, and it took a long time for anybody to surpass it. And like now this water detail is junk compared to real life. So if Stormworks went in this more realistic look, eventually the water would look super dated and the trees will look super dated. And just like this game does. Like Stormworks now, it's not as quote-unquote realistic looking as this, but it is more timeless. So that's why I'm glad they went with that more cartoony aesthetic. Like some people want them to do like when they do the renders. Like here's a picture of this is a Crysis. This is a remaster too. This is remastered. This isn't the original Crysis. Like you see how this looks dated, you know? Like this is the remaster. So just thought I brought the picture up. I guess I didn't. Yeah, but this was the game that everybody was like, oh, that's hyper realistic, and eventually a hyper realistic game will look dated. So. You know, so I'm kind of glad they went with this cartoony side because, like, we can make things look as cartoony, as realistic as we want. Like, I was looking at Alistair's goldfish there. That's, like, nice and cartoony and fun. And then you can make something like this, which looks a little bit more realistic, and you have really good paint block detailing and everything else. And it looks more realistic, but because the world is not hyper-realistic, like, if the world was hyper-realistic, if your vehicle wasn't built to be hyper-realistic, it would look funky and weird. And so that's kind of why I think it was a good idea. How's it going there, Zurfin? Good to see you. Like here, I'll show you, like, continue the Star Citizen rant for a minute. Because I was actually thinking of, like, playing some and doing some Star Citizen. I was like, oh, that'd be fun to do some Star Citizen streams. And it's a lot of work to set up your keybinds and everything else. And I was like, I want to do it, but then I'm like, oh, these need lighting. And I'm like, it's going to be... And then I looked at master modes, and I'm like, ugh, people are pissy about master modes. I'm like, oh, it's been a good, like, almost a year. Hopefully they've got the Hull C fixed. And, like, nope, after a year, they still don't have it fixed. And so it's like, do you go back to this game, and it's still not fixed after a year? And it's like, no, I don't think I do, you know? So, like, here, I'll bring it up. And they're not asking for reasonable amounts of money for this. They're asking for unreasonable amounts of money. And that's what kind of gets my goats. You know, so like this is the pledge store, okay? So people who bitch about Stormworks' money and and cash grabbiness. So these are the starter packs. These planes are pretty much useless. This one they haven't touched in a long time and is pretty much useless. You can't even really do the basic missions with this. $45 for the game and that's reasonable as far as games are concerned, but they're designed here for you to get something else, you know. And so these are game packages, and like, you know, so the game packages so that right there is more than what Stormworks costs for this one game package. This one is a good one. This is a pretty good beginner one for 60. This one's new. I haven't tried it. That's 51. This one was good. I used to have this one. That's 75. So here you're up to AAA game prices. I had this at one point. The Arrow. That's just a fighter. Can't do anything else for 90 bucks. 125 bucks for this one here. Freelancers are pretty good. Do it all ship. 125 bucks. And then you get into these. $275. And this one is $1,100 for a starter pack, mind you. Okay. Then we go to ships. That's packages that have the game included. And they have one for 1,100 bucks. Let's make sure we're on the right track real quick here. All right, good. We're going over the correct track here. I think we're all switched up for the correct tracks. Let me just get us on the next track. We got a nice long run here before we have to switch again, so we'll let ourselves get on this loop here, and then I'll be ready to keep looking. But it's like, that's when, like, people talk about a money grab. It's like, they could make each of these, like, 15, 20 bucks, and probably that would be reasonable, and I think that would be fair. You know, asking the insanity amount out of this. It's pretty insane. Oh, $1,000 is nothing in Star Citizen. That's nothing, Lebowski. Nothing, Lebowski. Oh, we'll go on to the more expensive one once I get to the Switch. Yeah, we're doing a good speed here. I'm happy we're doing about 70 kilometers an hour. Okay, we're good. We're on the right track. The correct track. Let's bring that back up. All right, so let's see. This one here, what do you cost, sir? And not all of these are, remember, I said they do artificial scarcity. You can't buy all of these at all the time. So there's a Polaris, right? You can't buy it right now. You cannot buy a Polaris. It's currently not for sale, and that's artificial scarcity. You should be able to buy it, right? You can't even put this isn't even in the game yet, I don't think. No, it's a concept. You can buy a concept, right? Let's see how much that is. All right, so they have a gray market, right? It's a Star Citizen gray market. People sell their ships and accounts, either because they're sick of it or they do it to make money. And so because of Star Citizen's artificial scarcity, people will put their whole thing at risk by selling it to other people. So let's see. See, they're selling it they're selling it for less than what Star Citizen itself is selling it for, too. Let me see if I can find that Polaris. Because the Polaris is, again, artificial scarcity. It's not available all the time. Let's see. Here's one for $1,200. There's $1,200 for that. And you can't buy it on their website because they only save it for certain times of the year, so you feel like, oh shit, I'm going to miss out if I don't buy it now. So let's see. So here is this ship is old and doesn't work very well. It's kind of a cool ship. I had it for a little while as a loaner. But can he even buy this? What's the buys for this? I'm trying to see where the buy is. Maybe it can't even buy it now. But like they have ships all the way up to, let me see. Trying to find trying to find like the most expensive ships. You know, a lot of these ships like take 10 years to even make. Like they're not even they haven't even started making some of these yet, and you spend $1,100 for a ship you can't even have for another maybe 10 years. Like that's what's kind of gross, you know. What is this? A lot of these aren't going to show the price because they're currently not for sale. They're only the artificially scarce. So let's see. Yeah, so I don't know, enough of that Star Citizen bullshit, but it's that's kind of what's gross. And I looked on their official forum to try to see if like I wanted to go play with the Hull C and just go trade some cargo, and it's like it's still broken. It's still in a broken state. Like, you know, like you could hear it in the video. I was kind of like talking some shade. Was like you don't go to the cargo terminal to sell and buy cargo for your ship. You go to the Galleria because they didn't even have the mechanics ready yet. Because they were like, and they've, for the last couple of years, they've pretty much not even been working on Star Citizen, which makes the money. That's the multiplayer open world part, which is where people spend $1,100 for a ship. They stopped working on that, and they worked on the single player game that's going to be like, let's say 100 hours most of gameplay. And so that's where most of the dev time's going. So most of the money comes from one game, and they're spending most of that money on the other game. And so it's like I have no problem with them working on the single player game. Let that carry itself though. Like if that costs $50 to buy, let people buy it for $50 and spend as much money as you make on that game. Instead, they're milking the people who want the persistent universe. They're milking the money from them to pay for this other thing, which is Chris Roberts' like dream project. And that's I think gross too. Is they're taking money from column A to pay for column B, and I think it's gross. And I think it's going to flop when it comes out. I don't think it's going to be very good. I don't think they could, write a story for shit. Multiplayer series been going pretty good. We'll hopefully do another one sometime soonish. I wanted to get all my vehicles going. My trains are going pretty well here. I need to get some more equipment. We need to test some of it out. So, I'll do some more testing on that. I think we're good. The thing we needed in order to do multiplayer mining again was the mother bin. So now we have the mother bin, which, if you didn't see that one, Beep, it's the it's a train car with an auger on it. And what you do is you back a trailer up to it and you dump the, say, coal into the bin, and it will then store some of it in the bin, but then so it'll store one full trailer's worth in the bin, and then you can push that bin and you can fill independent cars. So like a truck would come down from the mountain with iron, it would dump it into the mother bin. The mother bin would be hooked to the locomotive, and then the locomotive would pull it up to the next car. Once the truck is left, it would dump in. You can almost fill 4 cars with the mother bin. So it would dump it in car 1, move up, dump it in car 2, move up, dump it in car 3, move up, dump it in car 4, and then it's ready for the next time the truck comes down. So trying to get some of those vehicles, it requires a lot of vehicles to get multiplayer working. So, I completely redid a bunch of the vehicles, so had to account for that. And been working on some of the trucks and stuff like that. So, this locomotive is going to be the main locomotive we use because we're going to, get a lot of cars going. So, working all of that. If you watch one of the live streams, I worked on making a little attachment. So, I've ranted about this one enough, but the way they put the dump here is the dump is not under the tracks. It's right here. So it's not under the tracks, but it's also not close enough to do a side dump. It's way the hell out here. So you can't even reach it with the car. So what I did was I put it's an add-on that's right here, and you can dump into that. It's an extension, so you can dump from the car from the side. The cool thing with that is the side dump cars I make, you can also drive a front end loader or a skid steer or something. You put the bucket underneath, and then you can dump it into the bucket of a front end loader. So when we go to Screeches here, when we go to this trading yard, for example, we can pull the train up full of the end product. We can drive a front end loader up against the train. We can dump from the cars into the bucket, and then the front end loader can dump its bucket. So that will be fun. That adds a little bit more. So it's just been a lot of vehicles to get for multiplayer and a lot of testing. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. But, it's a lot of vehicles to do, I don't have too much problem with, I'm just reading some chat there. I don't have too much problem with, the cost of Star Citizen. I get 6,000 hours out of this game. I don't know. Let's say I paid the same amount of money I paid for Star Citizen. I'd be satisfied with this game for that much. But, literally, that game is, to a certain extent, people talk about this being unplayable. This game is not unplayable. You can drill for oil, and you can sell it. That means that part of the gameplay is playable. You can get a container. You can load it up. You can go sell that container. That's playable. You can go do a mission. You can do the mission. You can complete the mission. It's playable. I can't really think of any part of this game that's unplayable. Certain things are, not as in-depth as they should be, like space. I would love to go play some space DLC, but until I have a proper nav ball that tells me how to zero out my velocity so that I can stop my spaceship in all angles in three-dimensional space, I can't put up a space station and then dock to it. So that's what I'd want to do, so I'm not interested. But you could still launch a ship and put something in space if you wanted. You just can't do everything. Like Star Citizen, for a long period of time, if the only ship you bought was the Hull C and your gameplay was, I want to use the Hull C, literally you might not be able to play it for 8 years like I was. And then it comes out and it's in such a fucked up state that it's I don't want to play it. That's what sucks is, I showed you guys that video, but yeah, we're going the correct way here. This is a right turn here. Let me check. This should be right turn. Yep. Like the thing that was screwed up with that is, so you come into the base, right? You dock, and then you have to get off your ship. You have to run down the docking collar. You have to then get in an elevator. You have to take the elevator. You have to go to the main area. You have to get out. If you don't store your ship, you're going to get a message as the guy stores your ship. So you better just store it yourself. And then you have to go and you have to run through that area. And then you have to get to another elevator. Then you get on that elevator. Then you go to the Galleria. Then you have to run up and you have to buy the cargo. Then you have to go run back to the elevator. Then you have to get in the elevator. Then you have to go to back to the middle section. Then you have to run through the middle section. Then you have to get back in the elevator. Then you have to take the elevator back. Then you have to run back into your ship. Okay? That's what you have to do. Then you have to undock your ship. Then you have to go fly out in the middle of space. And there's this big immersion-breaking green square, which, like, it's one thing if a game like, yep, we're an arcade game, you know, yep, we have floating green squares around, that's us. It's fine if that's what the game sells itself as, but Star Citizen sells itself as a super immersive game where you feel like you're there. And having this big green silly box pop up in the middle of space and then having cargo just miraculously appear on my spindle is not immersive to me. And it would be one thing if, like, there's no other way they could do it, but they could. Like, they already have docking ports there, okay? You go to the cargo section, which they say is coming, of course, but in 20 years. What you should do is you go to the cargo section and you dock. You walk inside, you get on the terminal, and then they fill your ship. And then when the ship is full, you get a message, ship's full. You go back, you get in your ship, you undock, and you leave. That's how it should have been. So it becomes massive tedium. And so it makes the game not fun. It's like, just like, I've been wanting to play, and I just, like, talk myself out of it again, like, oh my god, I'm not doing the elevator rodeo every time I try to go somewhere. And when the Hull C released, like, I would say 60% of the time, I tested it, 60% of the time, you would get out to your Hull C, right? You have cargo on the pad. You've already bought it. You need to go get it. You've paid money for this cargo. Like, we don't have trading in the game. We don't have cargo running in the game in Star Citizen yet. Where, for example, this is cargo running. I put up no money of my own money. I picked these containers up, right? I only get paid these containers if I deliver them there. But I have not paid for these containers. I didn't buy these 2 containers for $2,000, and when I get there, they're going to give me $6,000. I pick the containers up, and when I get there, I'm going to get paid. That's cargo trading, right? That's cargo running. That's what it should have been like in Star Citizen. Instead, what they started with was trading. Trading is, I buy the 2 cargo containers for $2,000, and when I sell them, it'll be $6,000. The problem is, half the time in Star Citizen, you crash. Like, the game crashes. And so what would happen is you would spend, say, 50% of your money, which is what people only ever recommend you spend on anything. You spend 50% of your money, you buy the cargo containers, and then let's say halfway to Spy Cakes here, or Komodo, the server crashes, and I lose all my money. And I've lost my progress, I've lost my ship, and then it has the balls to tell you have to wait an hour to get your ship back. So it's an hour of in real time to recall your ship. Like, I didn't crash my ship into a mountain like a dickhead. Your game crashed, and I'm paying for it. And so you could spend an hour, you could spend half of your money, and then the game could crash and say, fuck you, you got to wait an hour before you can respawn your ship. I know it was our fault, but screw you anyways. And hey, remember how you spent all that money on those goods? No, those are gone. See you later. You know, and that's what is like, just makes me like not even want to play Star Citizen. It's miserable. Where like with some small changes, like all they have to do is cargo trading. Like, hey, you know, we have a job for you. You know, take this cargo from point A to point B, and you'll get $20,000. And so what do? You pull in, you fill up your ship with the cargo containers from that job that you accepted, and then, oh my god, the game crashed halfway through. Yeah, it sucks. My ship's gone. I got to respawn my ship. But I didn't lose any money because I didn't pay for the cargo. The cargo, they were paying me for my time. You know, so stuff like that would have been super easy for them to do. I mean, I say it would be easy. It's like, that is easier than, like, they did a trading mechanic. All they'd have to do is, like, yep, you get the cargo for free when you accept the job, and you only get paid when you get it there, you know. And that's the kind of shit that's just like it's just gets old, man. And they ask a lot of money for it. It's not like it's a brand new game. This game started in 2012. You know, people will be like, "Oh no, it really started like in 2020." They'll like people the apologists will say that. They'll be like, "Oh no, the game really started in 2020." It's like, dude, they said in 2012 they've been working for it for they said in 2012 when they did the Kickstarter they'd already been working on it for a year, and they said it would be out in 2014. Then they said, it'll be 2016. That was delay one. That's fine. 2-year delay, whatever. We get it. Brand new game. You don't know how much is in it. It blew up more than you thought. You're going to add some stuff. Great. Okay. Then Chris Roberts was asked before the sale in 2016, hey, is it going to still be out in 2016? We're not hearing any information. You only got a few months here left. Oh, yeah, it's going to be out. Okay, so what do people do? They go and they spend a bunch of money around the holidays buying stuff for Star Citizen because it's going to come out in 2016, right? They know, hey, and within 3 months it's going to be out. They bought a bunch of shit. And then as soon as the sale is over, Chris Roberts goes, oh, no, sorry, guys. We could never have imagined this. It's not going to be out in 2016, but it'll be out next year. So people are like, okay, you know, I spent my money on this, but, you know, I'll be able to play it within a year. That's okay. And so then they, you know, so it says answer the call 2017. And then 2017 starting to come to a close. Awfully radio silent. And people are like, is it going to be out in 2017? And he goes, oh, yeah. Next sale, people buy a bunch of shit. Guess what happens? Bingo. Nope, 2018. And it's 2024, and nobody knows when this fucking game's coming out. So, you know, that's some of the reason why people are pissed off about that game, you know? And why, like, you know, I compare a lot of Stormworks stuff to it, whether it's, you know, it's not apples to apples, but, you know, it's when people get pissy about, you know, a $10 DLC that that like you don't really need to keep playing the game, but I think it does add $10. Does it? You know, the question always to ask is, does it add $10 of value? And my answer would be yes. Now I showed you guys the whole the Carrack, right? Carrack is in game now. It took many years for that to come out. That's $1,100. Will the Carrack give me $1,100 of entertainment in Star Citizen? And for me personally, the answer is no. And so because the answer is no, the Carrack is not going to give me $1,100 of entertainment, right? I can make that decision not to buy it. And I can think personally that's a ripoff. You know, and so with this game, when they ask $10 for a DLC, it's like, dude, like literally, I can't go to lunch for $10. Like you could decide to spend one day eating at home, and come up with the amount of money that costs. You know. So that's not a bad fuel burn. Like I said, I kind of want this to be a little bit thirsty. We went from here up through here and back to here, and we've used about 80% of our fuel, and so that's not too bad. We've, you know, again, it looks like, oh, we've only gone for like 20 minutes, but again, you can't really think of it that way. You got to think of it, we went from one continent across the ocean, across another continent, and we're now going all the way over here for what's going to effectively be maybe like, I don't know, 16 grand at most. Like, no, it's not even 16 grand. I have 5,000 liters in there. So, like, let's say I get to here, and it's, let's say I get to here, 5,000 liters, it's 10 grand. So these containers will more than pay for my fuel. And so I brought fuel up here to deliver, just to get rid of it, to move it. And then I brought 2 containers that will pay for all my fuel for the journey, plus a little bit of profit. So I think that's a reasonable fuel burn for this. You know, we still haven't used 80% yet. Yeah, it definitely seems like scamming with too many steps. You know, and they could have done some other things. Like, they could have more reasonably priced the ships. They could not do artificial scarcity. They could admit that, hey, artificial scarcity is scummy. You know, FOMO is scummy. We're not going to do artificial scarcity. If the ship is in the game, it is for sale at all times. You know, they do war bond sales, which means that if you put new money into the game, like, one thing you can do is you can quote unquote sell your ships you can trade your ship. So what you can essentially do is you can sell your ship back to the game and then transfer and buy a different ship. So you can essentially do that, which I do give them credit for that. That's good that you can do that. But part of that is like most of the ships aren't in the game yet. But then they'll do war bond sales where, hey, you get 5% off if you use all new money to try to get new money out of people. Then they do the artificial scarcity shit. They do it every year. They'll raise the price of the ship that's still not even in the game to make it so that, oh, if I buy this year, I'm actually saving money. You know, it's hashtag star system math. You know, and so it's like you're not saving money. You're spending a shitload of money on some JPEGs that won't be out for another 10 years. It's like you're not saving any money. They're screwing you, and they're screwing you a little bit less. You know. All right, so we're doing well here. We're coming up here. We have one container drop here. You know, I would love the game to be good. It's like, and unfortunately, like they've really overinvested in the shoot 'em up side, and so for those of us who want like civilian gameplay, which was the gameplay we were sold on, like they sold the murder hobos on their murder hobo gameplay, and they sold peaceful players who wanted to actually like use it as a job simulator. They sold us on our part as well, and the problem is the murder hobos get to use us as their entertainment by fucking around with us, and that's why like some of us weren't worried initially because we're like, oh, I'll just play single player. Like if I don't want to deal with people's bullshit, I'll just play single player. And they're like it's so far before they ever get like security forces in that protect you. Like, you know, for example, if you had like how Elite already has it where, you know, if you get attacked by somebody, you radio for help, you call for help, and the game sends AI pilots to come help you. Now, let's see if I can find a star system map. Let's see. I need to find the Stanton map. There's only one star system yet as well, too. You know, and they said, oh, there's going to be 100 star systems, and they've had one in all these years. What the hell? I'm trying to find the main... What the hell? I want the Stanton system, you scum. Alright, so here is the Stanton system for a star citizen. So this is the one you start in. Oh, and so you've got Stanton is the star. You've got Crusader. Crusader has these moons, Selen, Daymar, Yella. You have, this is a space station that is, I believe that's just asteroids. Microtech is another planet with some moons. Delmar moved to another system. Hurston's a planet with moons. And so this is supposed to be like a pretty safe space because, right, there's a lot of commerce here. So just like IRL, right, they have police and security forces. But the way that Star Citizen did this was a mess. Let me just quickly check where we are. We're still good. All right. So the way Star Citizen did was a mess. The way that I think they should have done it is so Port Olisar used to be the only spaceport you could go to, right? So what they should have done is started with Port Olisar as the first and only place. Then you have one moon. So now you can go from Port Olisar to the moon. And what they should have done is left it at that scale, put in trading, put in cargo running, put in like a bunch of the different things. Then expand it to, okay, now you have Port Olisar, a planet, and a moon. Okay, you can and add more jobs and stuff. Okay, now it's Port Olisar, Crusader, Selen, and Yella. And now you have this system, but make it a microcosm where you can do everything you could do in the game, but on a small scale. So you want to do cargo missions, you can go from here to there, to there, to here, to there, to there. Do cargo missions. And then put in the security forces the way they're supposed to be. And so you could make it a microcosm where you say, Yella is the lawless moon, Selen, Daymar are, or Selen is the security moon, the planet is security, this is medium. And so if you fly from here to here, the police is so strong that if a pirate comes in and tries to attack you, they get blown up by police in 2 seconds. And so if you want to just peacefully cargo trade, you know that if you go from here to here to here to here to here to here, you're safe. And then if you want to be a little bit risky, you go here. If you want to be really risky, you go here. And so if you get jumped by pirates, say, yep, it was my fault. I knowingly went to the risky place. And instead, what they did was they have this one system that they've had for this whole time. And, you know, and you can get jumped at any point by some friggin' murder hobo. You got people who just, who try to raid you, who just, like, they literally crash into you on the pads. And so it's friggin' miserable, man. Like, I always talk myself out of playing. I'm like, oh my god. The first time, like, I put half my IRL, my in-game cash. I said IRL, but the first time I put half my in-game cash into buying cargo, which I shouldn't have to do. I should just be, you know, not buying cargo, but get paid for my time. But the first time I pay for all this cargo and some asshole comes and kills me as a pirate, you know, I'm just going to log off. You know, because it's like, it's not worth my time. You know, when they should have a security force, like, they could make it fun so that if I don't want to get harassed, I stay in a secure location, and boom, they come in to attack me. Like, the radar picks up the pirates because it's a super security area. The radar sees them, and it launches the cops. You call the cops. Now, let's say they get a faster response time. They'll be there in 3 minutes. And so in 3 minutes, they show up. You're fighting them with your guns, but in 3 minutes, bingo, the cops are there. And now the cops are fighting them, and so you can just jump away. And you jump away, and you continue on your way, and they get destroyed by the cops. So now the pirates know, hey, we can't fight around in the safe spaces. So the safe places are safe, and the Wild West is the Wild West, and they can have their Wild West, and I can have my safe. And if I want to make more money, I go out to the Wild West. But I accept the risk that it's going to be dangerous, you know. And if I don't want to go somewhere dangerous, I don't go to that dangerous place. You know, most games have figured this out. They have areas which are super safe, and they have areas which are super risky, and you get a lot more money in the risky, but you have to deal with it, you know. But this game, for some reason, they've decided that they'll try to put the whole universe in there before they put the mechanics in required for the universe. Komodo right there. You know, I want the pirates to have a good time too. I want them to enjoy the game that they were sold on too. They were also sold a bag of bullshit for their piracy needs, but they've been focused on to the point where it's like, you know, the game's barely playable now. Like, and what I mean by that is like mechanics, like you might not be able to go in there and actually trade anything because the game might just crash on you. The game might just completely say screw you, and you know, you lose all of your money because the game crashes. And then you can't, like, literally you can't play if you have no money, right? You have to shut the game off. You can't buy anything, you know? That's why that would be my definition of unplayable, is literally like, I can't play anymore because I don't have any money because the game crashed and now it's done. Close, okay. All right. There's a lot better too with this forklift that I can move the container left and right. So like if I'm a little bit off, I don't have to completely back up. Flashlight. I hate the flashlight always being in my hand. Let me quickly see if I can find a container to go back on for spat cakes. Yeah, that's why I'm salty with that game. Is it's just you know, like legitimately, you spending, you know, sometimes 10 times what a normal game would cost to not even be able to like do the thing that you were supposed to be able to do like a decade ago, literally. Like they said it would be ready a decade ago. You still can't even do that at 10 times the cost. It's like, you know, you're spending more money for the game. You expect more out of it. You know, it's like this game. I think it's a reasonable cost. Like, did it suck when Pressure Update came out? Should they have fucked the game up that bad? No, of course not. But it's like, yeah, take a little break off from it. Let them fix it. I think, you know, people still act as though like, oh, the game's worse than it's ever been. The bullshit. You know, listen. That's their opinion. Whatever. It's worse for them. That's fine. But it's like, you know, I've been building air brake systems that are cool. We can, you know, do other cool things with the pressure, like be able to fill up, you know, I just have a jerry can that's just pressurized fuel, and I can just push it right into the other vehicle. You know, that's awesome. Can do simulated air brakes, you know, like I'm doing here. I hope we get pneumatics, like, and hydraulics. You know, the pressure stuff could easily be turned into pneumatics and hydraulics where we don't have to fake it anymore. You know, we can use actual hydrostatic drives. Like, that stuff's all possible because of that. And it's like, you know, some of these complaints are like literally, I would understand if you had to spend 10 hours fixing your build. Like, a lot of these fixes people need to do from Pressure Update are sub 5 minutes. And if they don't understand it, I get that, but they could watch one of my tutorials, and in 20 minutes, they could now know how to fix all their builds, and in 5 minutes, fix their build, you know. You know, a lot of those people the problem, though, is they're not builders. They don't know how to fix anything. They don't want to learn how to fix anything. They bought a building game, and they don't like building. And I think that's part of the game is you got to build, and you got to be a little bit resilient to let them change some things. And I think for the better. I think Pressure is definitely for the better. You know, it's been rough. It's been rocky, but, you know, like they broke the supercharging a couple weeks ago, but in a week it was fixed, you know. I don't think that's unreasonable. Really don't. Yeah, because you have other people to compare to, like Star System, where they break something and it is 2 years till you can even play with that thing you spent $250 on, you know. And that's why I kind of give these guys a little bit of a break on this game, is it's like there are other comparisons getting made. You don't just like compare to a vacuum. You gotta compare it to other examples, and it's like they're doing all right comparatively. What's our fuel at? 16%. Let's do it. Should be good. Famous last words. So the other thing I want to build is just I'll bring a fuel tanker with a pump, and that will go behind the Loco, and I'll be able to hook it up. Oh, thank you there, Mr. Beat. Yeah, I like the way this turned out. This turned out really nice. I like it. I think it looks good. It's you know, it's based off derail, so it has that nice feel that it's actually based off, you know, something else, and it's kind of cool. I think the paint came out really nice. I'm really happy with these rear louvered doors. Those took a while to get those the way they want. The rustiness of the doors, I like the startup procedure. I like the hand valves and everything. The performance is good. You know, it's cost some fuel to use. It's strong. It's not over OP where it's like I can haul anything and never have a problem. How's it going there, Owl? You know, so I like it. What happened in Owl? How are you? So the plan is to open submissions tomorrow. That would be the plan for Kilo. You know, there's a bunch of things I'm having to do with these challenges just to keep it so it's reasonable for me. Like, I did 11.5 hours for the video last time. I'm trying to keep it shorter than that. That's part of the reason why I'm doing some of these things that I'm doing on the challenge this time is keep it to a week. That cuts down the number of people to go in there. Like, I'm getting 16 per time. It's getting excessive to be able to do them all. And I really don't want to put in like a weed out method where like the community votes on the top 5 or 10 to do, but I got to cut the time down on how long that takes me to do. You know, it's a lot of work, and it's, you know, I don't do this for the money, but it's like the last challenge video got $1.91, so it's like to spend an entire day, and I give up a day for $1.91 starts kind of kicking the ass sometimes. But I enjoy the challenges. It's just the period of the challenges I don't enjoy, like you guys got to witness me getting annoyed with the beginning, is it's just like, you know, Muffin had a good point. It's like it's the people looking for attention, just ignore them, and it's like I got to learn to do that more. But I like my autism kicks in on some of that stuff. But it's you know, it's like, you know, if people would just like build what the challenge is supposed to be about, I'd be thrilled, because I always get some people trying to like bend the rules, and it's like, and try to do something else. Come on, man. It's like, if you don't want to participate in the challenge, do something else. But luckily, most people are right on the money on this one, which is good. You know, it's I try to think through what I'm going to have it do, and then like when people are just trying to like pick at it, it kind of gets annoying. It's, you know, because I did spend a bunch of time trying to figure out what would be a good challenge, you know. It could carry 10 of them. There's just no friggin' containers for anywhere. You missed it. I brought up fuel. I brought up 4 fuel cars to the to deposit some fuel at Soaring North. So, but did a bunch of work on this owl. I made it completely actually diesel electric, where it had no battery in between. But I finally got to the point, I told these guys that like it was going like, it was trying to go hyper realistic and actually going less realistic. Because like IRL, of course, you'd have an amp meter reading how many amps the draw is, the current draw on the traction motors, and then the generator is essentially gonna spool up to produce enough electricity. And the problem then becomes that you know, there's no way to read it without a battery, because we don't have a proper way to read electricity, but any other way than depleting a battery and reading the depletion rate. And so I would love it if the devs would just put in 2 nodes on the battery charger that would read rate of discharge. You know, I don't even need rate of discharge. Give me 2 nodes. Give me electricity in, electricity out. Give me that, because that's all I need. And that's literally already on the battery charger. All I need is the ability to read it, and give me 1 number. I don't give a shit. Give me 1 number. Give me electrical usage. If it's negative, it's a negative number. If it's positive, it's a positive number. And I'll then feed it into a PID, and I'll change my generator rates so that as the traction motors draw electricity, the motor will spool up. As the traction motors are decreased in their draw, the motor spools down. But the only way I can do that is with a battery, unfortunately, because the only thing I can read change of electrical rate on is a battery. So had to do that. Yeah, they do. They repop after a while. I just haven't got them. You know. Do you need a microcontroller to make a modular engine work? I would say yes. You know, you can use the logic blocks, but those are, I would argue, microcontrollers. Just follow one of my tutorials, Mr. Beep. I think it's definitely worthwhile to learn to do. You can do it really simply, where, say, for example, what's going on here? Slowing down? I thought we were slowing down. It was just perception. We're going the same speed. So, for example, for a modular engine, the best way to do it is PID controlled, where you say, hey, I want to go 6 RPS. And then the PID will send, it will say, okay, we're going 3 RPS, so I need to increase the number. And then it sends that number out. And you can go really simply where you say, okay, fuel, the PID goes to fuel, and it gives it up to a 1. And then whatever it gives the, it goes to the air, and it gives it a value up to 1. And whatever I give it in air, I'm going to give it half fuel. So if it's at 1, it would give 0.5 fuel. If it's at 6, it would give 0.3 fuel. You can do it really simply like that. I think it's worth learning the microcontroller. I think it's what makes the game really interesting and in-depth. And as you learn these things, I think it becomes rewarding. So I'll put up the modular engine tutorial series. I just added a part to that for a generator. You know, it's pretty easy to understand. I go through it in depth, you know, so that you should understand the parts, the different components. And that way, at the end of it, I think you'll learn the different components, and I think you'll be in good shape there. Let me find it. You know, I've kind of streamlined the tutorials that I've redone. So my most recent tutorials, I think, are some of the best ones just for clarity and teaching you what's important and kind of leaving out what's not important. So there's the series. You know, I use that Module Engine tutorial microcontroller in almost all of my builds now. I take that and modify it. So it goes in helicopters, it goes in boats, it goes in trains, it goes in cars. I turn it into generators. You know, I just did a video where I turned it into generators. I showed in one of the videos how to convert it to a boat, you know. Right, down 10% fuel. So for a full tank of fuel, we can go from FJ up here to Soaring North, back all the way over here. That's a pretty damn good long distance for a tank. I also have to have more than a tank of fuel to go up to the Arctic too, so that helps with that too. Gives me some range limitation. Yep, you know, they work on planes. The only difference you're doing on a plane is instead of revving it up with the WS, you just, I use up-down for a throttle, but so like you could use that and just make it sticky, and it will read the number and it'll do that. They're configurable. The other thing too is on my planes, depends actually. If I'm doing a reciprocating airplane, they generally don't have a clutch on the propeller. So what I'll do is I'll put a clutch value of 1 to it. It gets fed 1. And so right where the clutch is, just put a constant number of 1 and you're good to go. On turboprops, they have a gearbox. So because they're geared in, they also clutch them in. And so they're geared in and they're clutched in. And so what I do is at a certain time, they will clutch in the propeller. So turboprop generally, the thing with a turbine is they're low torque, high RPS. And because a turbine is low torque, high RPS, you don't have the torque initially to be able to spin up the propeller. It's too much resistance. So what you do is you get the turbine spun up, and then you would go ahead and you apply the clutch, which then connects the propeller, and it's got a gearbox on there. So generally, that's what I do for airplanes. So, you know, you can do it either way with that. Now we're all set here. Let me check what that one is. That's good. Okay, we're all set here. I'm thinking of derail. Like if you pass the switch and it's the other direction, and derail will actually switch it for you like it should. You know, I liked the acceleration rate better when this was, direct diesel electric, but again, the problem is it does not rev down when you don't need all that power, and so you end up burning an excessive amount of fuel for no real reason. And again, I don't think it's realistic. You know, you would be able to spool the motor. The motors are revving up to give you as much electricity as you need to run the operation, and so it's making it less realistic, unfortunately, because we can't read the usage. Yeah, I'll probably keep working on the drive system, try to improve it, but like this was a good test today of the new system. And we still have 7% fuel here. All right, let's unload these. Definitely my new favorite way to do this. Like, it used to be a pain in the ass to do this because you'd have to have to get a special vehicle, and you have to make sure the train wasn't too close because you'd be able to spawn a vehicle there. And this is just bring it in with an add-on. The facility would have the vehicles. Like, you wouldn't be doing it yourself. Some other dude would be it. So you're already switching characters. So bring it in with the add-on. Let them control the vehicles to unload it. And then when you're done with it, just get rid of the add-on and you're all set. Okay. Yeah, hopefully these containers reset at FJ when I'm gone, because I would like to be able to do more container stuff. Cameras are actually helpful here, so that's good too. We'll grab a double stack here to put these away. Yeah, I like good mirrors where and cameras where you can actually like do everything from first person. Makes it fun. You know, if you just want to do third person, you still can, but it makes it so that you can do it in first person. Gonna be careful going down here. I think we're tipped back all pretty much max here. It looks funky, but that's again, that's pretty standard center of gravity stuff. You can get that thing tipped back a little bit. That's really drops that center of gravity back, and it actually prefers to be on all four wheels and be tipped forward. Yeah, you can look at that. See, it wants to be on those wheels because the way the center of gravity is on those containers being leaned back like that. I moved it so it unlocked. That's why those grippers sideways are so important. You can see how it's sliding on its own. That's with the brake on. The sideways grippers just lock it right into place, and it's convenient. So fuel cost us about 10,000. The main mission was getting that fuel out to Soaring North. That's where the money is. Like, we don't have to worry about making a profit here anyways, even though we did, because we moved 30,000 liters of jet fuel, I think, at $6 a liter. So that's 180 grand of jet fuel that we put at Soaring North that can get moved to sell. So that was the main money maker right there, was that. And then we made 11,000, and we burned about probably close to that in fuel for the train. Actually, no, we made more money. We dropped one off at Komodo. So we probably made 5 grand of profit on that run, and then another 180 grand when we finally sell the fuel. So that was a big move to get that moved. So, again, don't need wild profits, but want to make sure most of the stuff it makes sense to go do it, and it certainly did. All right, and then real simple, all you do, grab the add-on, open it, close it, and buy. Didn't cost me any money. Again, it wouldn't cost you any money IRL. You'd have somebody there who would, the facility would own the machines and they would run them. That's part of what you're paying for when you go in there. And we're down to 7% fuel here. So not too bad. I'm happy with that fuel economy. Let's quickly throw a... It's hard to read here, but let's see. We could triangulate this stuff. Let's see. 30.8. So you're talking 50 kilometers. So let's say that's probably almost an even line there. So yeah, let's say we did more than 50 kilometers. Let's say 60 kilometers for a tank. That's pretty damn good. What's the Arctic run? Where's that looking at? 92. Yep. So yeah, we'll bring a fuel car with us when we go up to the Arctic eventually, because that'll be we'll probably come in here, load up the train, grab the fuel car, line up the train, and go up, and then at some point we can just stop and hook the fuel up to the locos and fill them up. Pretty simple there. All right, let's go ahead and we'll despawn this bad John. Hopefully these cars are close enough. Let's see. Good, we got those first. That's perfect. Bango. All right, good. So I'm happy with the way the DE6 is working now. Again, I would love it if it was just diesel electric, but it's gonna be wildly fuel inefficient where we're running pretty good right now. So not too bad. Let's read some of this chat. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, if you it's part 4 does the generator tutorial. There's also a boat thing in there in case you want to do direct drive. It doesn't. I don't think it lets it derail anymore. Yeah, they a bunch of people complained, and so the devs completely took out derailing. So people were driving like maniacs, and then they were like boo-hoo, boo-hoo, and so devs were like, okay, you guys are complaining that you're always derailing, so we took derailing out. So. Yeah, the problem was, the thing that sucked was, like, I made a crane. I don't think I even have the version left. So I made a version of the crane that had wheels on it. And when they first, they used to be able to, I don't have it anymore. So I took this crane and it had train wheels in the front, like you have some of those service vehicles. And so you're able to put the crane on and off the tracks. The problem is you can put it on, but you can't take it off anymore because they got rid of derailing. We can no longer do it because people were, again, they were going way too fast around a turn and they would derail. And then they would say, you know, game sucks. And then so the devs were like, all right, we'll make it so you can't derail. So it's a balancing thing, unfortunately. You know. So that's why they did it, you know. You know, the benefit for me, like, I was able to screw around, show that Star Citizen stuff without having to pay attention to my locomotive. That is the benefit, so it is a balancing thing. It kind of sucks, but it's not something that I'm, like, you know, super annoyed by because it's, like, just... The benefits are you can, like, if you're a normal person who's not trying to go 300 kilometers an hour everywhere, you can put it on and just, like, sit back and relax and let the train run. And you could do something else. Like, you go do the dishes while the train's running and then come back, you know. You know, so that kind of sucks, you know. I like the ability to derail. I like the ability to put vehicles on and off. I think what they would be nice is if they, for example, I think they could add a derail button on the wheels. Here, let's open up the wheels. So this is one thing they could do, is if they went to the train wheels and they added a derail node. So add a node to the wheel for derail. And when you click on that node, it derails. Now, what you could do is if you want derailing on your train, you do angular speed. So you take a physics sensor, right? Physics sensor will read out angular speed. If you take a turn too fast, you're going to have a really high angular speed number. And so what you would do is you would set it up that if you hit the angular speed number, it would press the derail button and it would derail your train. That would make the people who want derailable trains happy that if they go too fast around a turn, their train derails. And you have to pick the train back up, put it back on the tracks. And that would be, I think that would be a good solution. And then for me, who wants to make that crane that can go on and off the tracks, real simple. You go to raise up your train wheels. All you do is press a button, derails, they come up like they would IRL. So you could use some other systems for that. So I think that would be a better balance point for the devs to do. But again, that's a bunch of work. They have to redo a bunch of parts, add the mechanic, test the mechanic, and then you'd have a bunch of people boo-hooing about that too. So, you know, it's like, fortunately, they can never win, you know? You know, that's why they put in, I think, low-flow fuel ports, is because, you know, people are going to kill themselves with pressure. You know? Stuff like that, you know, it's tough, but that's, I think, why they do some of the shit, is it's just, you know, they gotta balance it to sometimes the lowest common denominator. Sometimes they say, nope, we're going to keep it complex enough, but other times they balance it to the lowest common denominator, and, you know, you got people who want to do some crazy shit that's not really realistic, and, you know, I'm not even always against that either. It's like, you know, I want people, all different types of people to be able to play, so it does pick my pocket, the fact that they removed it, but I understand why. I would rather if they just added a derail button on the wheels. And you know what they probably did was they were like, we're so sick of hearing about people saying broken tracks, broken tracks, broken tracks. Like, I was going 67 kilometers the entire time. Vehicle damage is on, right? And did I blow up, right? So I think on the way to the Arctic there are some steep climbs, but people have been saying that there are some areas where your train will blow up. I've been seeing this. Like, I responded to a comment. We'll look at the comment. And I'm just like, I've been driving around a lot of trains, most of the tracks. I haven't gone up to the Arctic recently, but for the most part, it appears to be, you know, I didn't blow up on any of that. Like, here, I'll put my shitty, my commentary here was, or was it? It was, how about fixing exploding trains? Unfortunately, trains are completely useless now. Again, trains are completely useless now is hyperbole. You don't do yourself a service by putting out hyperbole, because it's easy to contradict that by saying, yeah, I've been running trains and they're not useless. You know, would any of you agree that trains are useless after you just watch me, you know, move a bunch of fuel and move a bunch of containers with both vehicle damage and player damage on, and nothing bad happened? You know, the only damage that happened was when I slammed into my cars because I went too fast. You know, and so, you know, my comment was, sounds like a you problem. You know, I think it's the way they built the train. Now, Mr. Black Beaver had a reasonable point, which was IRL, you know, the trains are very low to the ground. Okay, I get that. But, you know, sometimes you do have to make concessions. You do have to make some concessions in game, that the game is going to be different than real life. And, like, the DE6 here, this is not way the hell off the ground. Like, look at that. That's one block. One block off the ground. This is full size. This is 60 feet, 63 feet, I think. So it's a full size what it's supposed to be. Like, look at that. That's the dangling dick there is almost touching the ground, and this is within one block of the ground there. And we didn't hit anything on the way back. We had no damage. Didn't hit anything, you know. So I understand the complaint, but I haven't experienced it myself. You know, some people are putting pivots on their drive systems, which could be causing problems. I get that. But now the problem is a pivot has some flexibility in it. And so now, theoretically, because the pivot has flexibility, the cab of your train, the body, could flex and now hit something. And so is that really a game problem or a design problem? I'd say it's more a design problem. Now, do you want to have something 100% realistic the way it is in real life? Sure, I do too. But sometimes the answer is going to be you can't have it. Sometimes that's not how the game's built. You can cry about it, or you can build your build to work with the game. And sometimes that's just the thing, and it sucks at times. I certainly get bummed out sometimes when I can't do something that I'd want to do. But it's like, I think it's minor. You know, it's not like I have to put these blocks five blocks above the ground. It's literally 1 block above the ground. It's like, that is how far it is above the ground. And if you look at the block, the wheel is here. The wheel sinks in. That wheel is, so that means it's less than 1 block above the ground, and we didn't hit shit. You know, and it's, you know, so I get it, but it's like, you know, you can build them so they don't hit the ground either. You know, so I get Mr. Black Beaver's point. You know, it would be, you know, would it be nice if you could, you know, run at the exact, make everything exactly the way? Sure. But just sometimes it's not going to be that way. And you got to look at what would it cost the devs to make this 100% perfect, realistic. Well, they would have to go through each inch of rail. Let's find a bridge. Usually the bridges are where there's a big rise into the bridge. Here, let's go to this bridge. We know this bridge is here. We went over this friggin' bridge today, right? Oh, don't center the waypoint, you fucker. I'll fucking teleport on. That's why I don't have it. I'm like, why do I not have teleport? You know, so here's the bridge, right? This one doesn't have a big rise, but like, so here is like this. People were hitting these in the beginning when they added these bridges, because these bridges used to not be here. So they added, you see, this is like one of probably your quickest slopes. And again, we went through here at 67 kilometers an hour, never slowed down, didn't hit anything. You know, so you can see right here is where the bend is on it, right there. Right there is where the bend is. We didn't hit anything there. You know, so could it be people going excessive speeds? Could it be the fact that some people put their wheels on pivots? Yeah. So, you know, it sucks, but take your wheels off pivots, and you should be able to build within 1 block. I didn't hit shit. There might be places on the map that you hit. Okay, well, you know what? Write it down. Okay, right here, you hit the ground if you're going too fast. All right, right here. Let's say that's where it is. Okay, so next time you go up to the Arctic, you know, like a real train operator, you need to know that certain parts of the tracks you can't go fast on or you'll derail, right? So, bingo, you know, right here, you're going to hit something if you go too fast. You know, oh, on this section, I got to slow down. So in this section, slow down. Go 20 kilometers an hour through here, then speed up again, you know? So that would be my my whole thing to people is it's like, you know, it's there's going to be things in the game that are different than real life. You got to get over that. It's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes some of the things I want to build are ruined by that. The fact that I can't derail anymore sucks. I get that. But instead of complaining about it, just move on. Do something else, you know? It's just that's kind of the way you got to do it. You know, and part of the thing is crashing and having some risk is a benefit to the fact that, yeah, you gotta take it easy here and there. You gotta be careful. Sometimes you're gonna damage shit and you gotta fix it, you know, and yeah. You know, it's one of the reasons I didn't put pivots on my train wheels is, you know, you're putting it on a subgrid. That's gonna lower where it is on the hierarchy of what physics is gonna work best. You know, so the further it is away from the red section, the in color, the less responsive it's gonna be, and so likely, like some people's stuff. Let's pull. I have one that's no, stop that. Let's see. I have this one. Let's see. I'm just gonna grab one of the ones that's EOS's train. So like this, I don't even know. Like, so see, these are on pivots. So these are on pivots. So the main body is the red body. These are subgrids. Subgrids are on a lower hierarchy than anywhere else. So is there a chance that why is that blue? So is there a chance that this could get damaged if it hits something? Absolutely. Because this is on a subgrid, so this moves independently of the main body. Mine doesn't hit shit because it's all red. So when I hit a bump, this part's connected to this part, it pushes it straight up and we don't hit it. With this, when we hit a bump, this part is the main body, this part's the subgrid, and likely what happens is the main body doesn't move as much because there's flexibility in the pivot. All right, there's flexibility in there. Where's their pivot? Right here. Here's the pivot. So there's flexibility in the pivot. And so since there's flexibility, this takes the hit, and then it doesn't push this up, and this hits. You know, so the solution is, yeah, you have to drop 5% of reality to have a build that works in the game. And it sucks. Absolutely, I agree. Would it be great to have it perfect? Yeah, but that's just not the way it's going to be. So kind of have to decide what's important to you. And if it's bugging you that you're blowing your train up, it's a big pain in the ass. Hard connect your axles. Do you get a little bit of wobble and weirdness? Yeah, but again, it's not train sim. It's a game where you can build trains and planes and this. And you guys can imagine all the airplane stuff that's not perfectly realistic that would drive me nuts if I let that bother me, you know? All right, let's see. Yeah, so tomorrow I think I'm going to open up the build challenge posting. Again, I try to do that. One of the reasons why I don't do that right away, too, is I get people who spend, like, literally 15, 20 minutes on a build and just post it. And it's like, and like, they have a bunch of problems with it. It's got a bunch of issues, and then they've had 3 weeks. They just post it in the first 15 minutes, and they don't go back and work on it. And so I kind of, part of that's me trying to keep them to, you know, getting people to actually, like, put some effort in and make sure. Most people do, but, like, every once in a while you get a couple, so it's kind of to weed some of that out, too. So I'll open that tomorrow. I'll give you guys a couple days. You can submit, and you don't have to worry if you have to go do something. But yar. All right, guys, so I think we'll call it there. Let me see what Alistair is doing. Yeah, most people don't do it, but, like, I literally there was a frustrating build that the guy literally is like, oh, I literally worked on it for an hour. And he posted it, and it was like, it frustrated me because I spent triple the time I spent on other builds just trying to get it to work. And I should have, and I ended up disqualifying it. And I literally spent triple the time on any other build, and it was something they worked on for an hour, and that annoyed me. And I should have just disqualified it right off the bat. But that got a disqual for me. It was like, you know, it's a lot of work for me, and it's like, I want to, you know, definitely give the time to the people who put all the effort in. But thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you everybody who helped me get to affiliate on Twitch. I don't like to advertise myself much, but if you guys do use Twitch, or if you want to watch without ads, if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can subscribe to one person on Twitch per month for free, and you don't have to watch ads. So if you guys do want to do that, I get a little bit of money from that. And if you're not using that Amazon Prime sub, it is free to you guys. You get one a month. So I get something out of it, and you guys get to watch it on Twitch without ads. So I appreciate you guys for that. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.